Okay, guys. Okay, Torty. Well, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I'm talking to our YouTubers. Can you hear me in YouTube, guys? Okay, good. All right. Yeah, I had some problems this morning. Obviously, I had to do a reboot of my computer. So apologize for that. So let's quickly start talking about the active ones today. Obviously, Verb is the crazy one right now. A very impassioned letter from the CEO. That's quite the basically suggesting that yeah, we should be $22 a share, and that assumes we get zero value for the underlying businesses. Zero. Okay, so that is the reason why Verb is up. A great letter from the CEO this morning talking about Verb. Okay, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. XPON, XPON, XPON. Let's see, trading higher. No, this is not anything to do with XPON. See if I can see anything to do with XPON. Just kind of sort of continuation from Friday's action, I guess. Look at the SPY, guys. By the way, look at the SPY. More new highs. Well, this is pre-market, so we don't count that, but more highs. Just want to quickly check the economic calendar and see if there's anything. I don't think there's much happening. 9 o'clock, Kashkari talking. Well, maybe he said something, but fiscal deficits, monetary policy, and inflation. That's about it. 3 o'clock, Waller will talk. These are Fed presidents, economic outlook. So nothing, with economic data today. A couple of the Fed presidents talking. That's about it. LBPH. Wow. So this looks like a buyout. I don't see the news here, but it got to be a buyout. It's got to be a buyout. No, this was very active on Friday, and I guess so there might have been a bit of a leak happening about this one. So yeah, being bought by it for $2.6 billion. Who's buying it? So Denmark listed Lundbeck. Okay, so I don't think they trade in the States. So that is LBPH. Please review IVA. I did see IVA. I was going to get to that one. That was third on my list, actually, IVA. So company announced rate. So it must be 348 million. Is that pound? No, it's not pounds. I don't know what these are. France, French francs? No, it's got to be pounds. Anyway, IVA, so it's a French company from France, excuse me, from France. Nothing more I can add. I mean, to fund phase three, I mean, it's a great pop up, obviously, up 48%. Pretty low float, 31 million in the float. Next high on the weekly chart, anyway, it's very close. So to me, between here and three, it could stumble. It's already, I mean, I know it got up to five. I don't know how much volume that was. Did get up to 540 actually, but it has pulled back quite a bit. So not much more to say about it. Let's see if it holds this, and maybe one of these ones that just has to rest a bit and take off a bit later. But it's a big pullback from five. Sophie, SOFI guys, SOFI was SOFI. I think they had some news. Yeah, thanks to a $2 billion pact with Fortress Investment. So that is the deal with Sophie this morning, SOFI. Nice run so far. Big float, billion in the float. And the other one that was up, I don't see it now because I had to do a reboot, was Hims. It's something to do with Lilly and their obesity drug. I don't see the headline now. Just give me a moment, okay? The FDA kind of maybe revising what they said last week. All right, so So firms rise as FDA to revisit Lilly's weight loss drug shortage. Okay, because that was a whole lot. That was the whole thing about. They were saying there was no shortage. Now maybe there is. I don't know. But anyway, this is the reason I guess that HIMS is moving, HIMS. But it is pulled back. It has been pulling back now up to 2081. That's a pretty big pullback. $1.60. You hear me, guys? Okay, I'm not going to go over the major sectors right now. I'm sure there must be market doing what it's doing. I just want to take a look at XLE, and see where it is with respect to the 200-day moving average. So trying to move away, okay, trying to move away from the 200-day. The other one that was close was retail, XRT. See what it's doing. Yeah, so you can see that it is still a little bit above the 200-day. Those are the only two that are kind of close to the 200-day moving average. Didn't go over this one. This is a real cheap one. This is under $1, TVGN. I think they had some. Yeah, so plans to share $1 billion plus revenue potential of its pipeline portfolio beginning the week of this week. Okay, so their $1 billion plus revenue potential. Okay, another one is this one still up? DXYZ. There you are, DXYZ. Notice this one also this morning. Got up to 1248. Go back some. Don't see any. I can't see a headline on this one. DXYZ. I don't even have float information on it. See if I can bring that up. So we have. I have. Our provider has no float information on DXYZ. You mentioned MSTR. I did see there was an ETF getting hammered by it. One that's designed for it, I guess. MSTR. Is it down here somewhere? It was a short MSTR that, of course, is moving down. Yeah, crypto, yeah, $2,000. I see Bitcoin is up a couple of $1,000. Thank you, Draw. So DXYZ. So the float is a low float, DXYZ. Again, I can't see any specific headlines on it. Another one that caught my attention was AAOI. Don't see it. Oh, that's the one I was talking. MSTX. Okay, MSTX. So you want to go long MSTR? I got 1.755. So this is nine. See how this is up 9.5%. And if you look at MSTR, I better be right. Yeah, 5.3%. So if you multiply that by 1.75, you're going to get the other one. Okay. But of course, if MSTR starts dropping, the other one will drop 1.75 times that. So that's the issue. AAOI, that was the one I was trying to bring up. AAOI. Oh, that was moving. Yeah, not bad actually. Pretty decent move for AAOI. I don't see any. Can't see any news on it today. So, guys, this week we'll have a few companies releasing earnings, about 100. Okay, this is sort of the start of what I call earnings season. I know we had some of the banks last week, but this is kind of the start. And then next week it'll be huge. A lot more companies releasing earnings. I haven't checked the calendar, but definitely several hundred. And yeah, let's take a look at the trade of the week is SOUN. Now, you're right, it is above. 480 is a suggested entry, but that always implies market hours. Okay. Now, you want to take it now? Go ahead. And, how you trade it, if you trade it, completely up to you. See, for me, Steve and I just think a little bit differently. See, I would not look at this unless it took out 505. Want to and even see, I just find a little too much room or potential resistance not that far away. But I'm not going to. Steve outlines it in the email or outlines it in the email that he sends out. I can see though if it can take out this, 515, that could really get it going. So this is not. This is again when Steve tracks these trades of the week. The trigger is always market hours, okay? And the reason being is that you could have some crazy stock pop up or a stock popping up that happens to be the trade of the week on literally no volume in the pre-market and then coming right back down. So he's always talking about market hours. But again, you can trade it the way you want. Ooh, 927. Boy, it's catching up to me. Okay, guys, I've got to get rid of this. And I have to get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. All right. Okay, guys. So this is the layout I use once this market opens. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Oh, this is driving me crazy. It's really okay, guys. I have to reload this again. All right. Yeah. Thank you, William. Right under the bell. So we got about 20 seconds for this market to open. So let's have a great start to this trading week. Happy Thanksgiving to my fellow Canadians. And I guess, I don't know, Columbus Day. I wish not really because it's not a market holiday. Okay, guys, we're now open. Let me see if I can move this without. Okay. All right, here's one I didn't see in the pre-market, guys. Was Rani, RANI, RANI. There's the IVA guys. I know there was news about the Riley. I guess finally their company agreed to what? To sell its appraisal and valuations unit. Okay. 203 for 386 million. So that was the news for Riley this morning. RILY. All right. Well, HIMS really had a pretty big pullback, guys. From actually almost 21, right back down to 20 or 1980. So that was a big pullback. Upstart, UPST. This is look at this move now for Upstart, UPST. I didn't see this in the pre-market really. RANI, it's probably a low float. Yeah, 15 million in the float, 15.7 million in the float, up 31% right now. I don't see any specific news on it. RANI. Pre-market, it did get up to almost $3. Give me one moment, please. Yeah, Verb. Yeah, another well, market high. The pre-market high was over 15. The next high on a daily chart is $16 or so, or a little over 16. 16 actually right at 16 is the next high on the daily chart for Verb, VERB. Wow, look at this market. I was expecting maybe a bit of a pullback here, but no, not yet anyway. Remember this one from last week, guys? Quadruple S, SSSS, had the big day on Friday. Big day on Friday. Looks like continuation now. SSSS. Barrington Research has about a $6 price target on them, so it's very close now. All right, SOUN. So this has officially triggered. Okay, SOUN has officially triggered. The trigger was 480. This is the trade of the week, so it has officially triggered. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. These are designed for longer term holds. Well, that's a heck of a press release that the guy put out, the CEO put out for Verb. Absolutely helped to push this stock today. And just as I'm saying that, Verb just got halted because of well, it's a volatility halt. So this is really the first halt of the week. I don't know, this NTVL, a real cheap one, halted because of news. But anyway, VERV halted. And if you're unfamiliar with these are typically 5-minute halt. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at approximately 9:40, a second before. And this is what we can perhaps look forward to. There's the halt price, 1613, 1618. This column is trying to tell you approximately where it could open. As you notice, it fluctuates. And this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas, this blue screen. Ronnie making another new high here, guys. RANI. Shady is going to take this. I think he's taking it 274, 262. So he's in this one. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is up here around 324, 327. So it's got some room. Pre-market high was 292. Jasper, JSPR. This is on the move a little bit, guys. JSPR, Jasper Therapeutics. Low float, 14.8 million in the float. Good volume already, 500,000 shares. And the news on this one after positive preliminary early stage data for skin disease drug. Okay, so very preliminary, but that has popped this one so far. And that is JSPR. I mentioned AAOI, pre-market high. So when the market opened, it dropped. It's coming back. AAOI, pre-market high was around 19. Here's a UPST, guys. The UPST kept going. ASTS, guys. So Space Mobile, ASTS. So the next high looking left is 2538. So there's a little bit of room. 2531 maybe. 2529 exactly. A little bit of room for ASTS. Okay, Rani. There's a pre-market high. It's getting close to that pre-market high now, 291. Boy, look at this SPY. Can't even almost see the top here on my 5-minute chart. Not exactly the right term, but it's halted because of volatility, VERB, not suspended, but talking to Rusky on the move. Yeah, DXYZ. So the next high looking left on the weekly chart anyway is 1344. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. AREB, guys, American Rebel Holdings, AREB. So this has got some potential, perhaps. It's got to get through three, though. I guess I have a. There's a 200-day moving average at 355 for AREB. American Rebel CEO and American Rebel to be featured at the NHRA. Okay, so a little bit of news. Yeah, even we have, so we're in the ballpark draw, 922,000 we have. All right, if this is going to open in 5 minutes, it's going to be opening in about 5 seconds, guys. And that's the verb. This looks like it could be on the way down a little bit here, guys. There you go. Yeah. Let's see if it gets back up over 1613, which was the halt price. That's a pretty big pullback, though. So that's interesting. I just, it just went way way too much. So even though the first halt is usually not bad meaning, wherever it gets halted, usually the first, and it just got halted on the way down now. Yeah, so usually the first halt is pretty good, and by pretty good, I mean coming out of the halt at 1613. A lot of times you'll see a pop above that, but I guess it just ran way too much. So anyway, that's that could be it for Verb for a while anyway. Boy, Upstart definitely was an upstart. UPST. All right, now this one, MBLY. So the next low looking left is 1174 on the so looking as a potential short for this one, MBLY. Or UPSC. I'm not okay. So raised. Well, it's already there. Okay, so Wedbush put a $45 price target on it from 10. They had this at a $10 a long time ago, I guess. They've raised it to 45. Well, we're over that now. I see XPEV here. Let me just do a little check on to see what's happening with the overall China market. So the overall China market, actually, it's down 3%. Okay, so China market is weak so far, anyway. Well, Jasper kept going somewhat. Mentioned this one around 1572. There's a $2 pop now for Jasper. Did not take it. Remember, I don't usually take anything in the first 15. For Jasper, 1885 or so. 1888 is the next high looking left. So there is still room for this one to move if it wants to. This is just up on preliminary early stage, early stage. There's the IVA guys, IVA, still having a sort of struggling to get through. Struggling to get through this three level. Buru from last week, BURU, where this was 38-cent stock not that long ago. All right, guys, XPON now. XPON, what do we see looking left? Looks like the next high is 1483 for XPON. So there is definitely some room for XPON, XPON, if it wants to keep moving. Okay, XPON definitely has some room. I'm not saying it's going to get there. But that is the next high, 483. What's the float in this? Wow, it's a very, very low float, guy. So again, if you take this one, be awfully careful. Okay, looks like less than a million in the float. WOK is halted. Or yeah, this just got halted, guys. I'm not too familiar with this one. I think I've seen it in the past, but I'm not too. I haven't seen it for a while. This is out of China. WOK just got halted. Okay, and the next high looking left on the weekly chart is $8. And look, this is what I was talking about, though. Look at this potential open. This is the first halt, of course, for this one for the day, 609, and the potential open is in the 690 level. Now, this doesn't have to remain, of course. These are 5-minute halts, so a lot can happen. But it looks like it will open above. LifeMed, LFMD, guys, LFMD. This market has no quit. Not yet, anyway. Boy, look at this. We're going to hit 600. Not today, but series on the move, guys. This is what well, hopefully I didn't trigger anything for you guys. Anybody with apples or Apple products. But SIRI is on the move, guys. If there's any news on it. Aha. After Berkshire increased its stake in the company. So that's the reason for SIRI on the move, SIRI. Well, it changes. Yeah, Paula. I mean, you can see now it has changed 598, but before when I looked at it, it was 690. So it's all over the place right now where this could open, and that is the WOK. Hey guys, this is a sort of a gap down and reversal play, SRRK. But wow, you can see, I mean, if it can get through this 2750, well, it's a little bit to go. Looks like the high there is 2748. Yeah, so there's a couple of highs right there. Well, this one looks pretty interesting. ALAR, guys, the next high in the weekly chart is 1280. What's the high here? It's the same high. So this has got some room, guys. ALAR. This has got some room. ALAR, guys, got some room. 1281 is the next high on both the weekly and the monthly chart. And it's a low float Israeli stock. Sorry, Israeli stock. Low float, 6 million in the float. See if there's any specific news on this one. Don't see any news on it, but yeah, keep an eye on this one for sure because it's got that room. Okay, it does have some room. ALAR. I guess we're going to see a few. Look at this market. We're going to see a few gap down and reversal plays more than likely today. Okay, WOK. It did. Wow, look at that. So this did gap up, but look at that spread: 614, 615, 614, 650. I'm sorry, 64. I meant to say 614, 650. Spreads all over the place right now, guys. But it did gap up out of the halt. And when you look at a weekly chart, the next high is 8. So this has got room, but you've got to deal with that spread. Okay, so Ronnie's sort of struggling to try to get through the high of the pre-market. Okay, 292. It looks like that's the high. 291. What did it get to? It got up to 287. So a bit of a struggle to get through that pre-market high. ALAR guys. Yeah, it may not be over. I mean, 1285 is the VWAP, as you said, draw. It did sort of tap it. It's starting to pop a little bit right now. That was a pretty big pullback. Zeta, ZETA is on. Wow, look at this on the way down here. See if there's any news on this one that I can find. Zeta. All right, guys. Well, ALAR is moving somewhat now. Now it's getting closer to that high. Okay, so if you took it, it's getting closer to that high of 1280. Anyway, why is Zeta moving down the way it is? ZETA. I don't see any news on it. Big float too. 183 million in the float. WW is still active, guys. So had the huge move from about 75 cents all the way up to 219 in I don't know 5 days or so. Pull back a little bit on Friday. This is its action today. WW. Little bit of room for this one. SPHR. A little bit of room. If you look, well, wait a minute. Let's take a look at the daily chart. Yeah, 4709 is the next high. Okay, 4709. I'm wrong. Sorry, 4590. So not as much room as I thought. And that is for the SPHR. Yeah, Jasper, what a move, guys. I mean, this is a preliminary early stage data. Okay. I did not take this one. It was a little too early, but don't mind pointing, if you're a little less conservative than me. Some shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. The reason I say that is at 2027, so a little over $1 to the 200-day moving average for JSPR, Jasper. Bros, 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 BROS guy. Wow. Okay, this could be interesting. Through the 200-day moving average, BROS, the next high looking left is 33.43, a little too close. Unfortunately, I wish the next high was up here around, yeah, just a little too close. When you look at that high, 33.45, so it's not that far away. If the next high had been out here, it would have been a lot better, in my opinion. Look, it may still work, but interesting. This is a gap up and reversal play, guys. So this is moving really counter to the market. This meaning S, Sentinel, gap up and reversal. The next low looking left is 25.59. So not quite a dollar to that next low. All right. CXDO, CXDO. Trying to be cute, I guess. Crescendo. Well, where is the next high? Because we can't see it on the weekly chart. Let's go to a monthly chart. So the next high on a monthly chart is 690. There's room. Now that was back in well, actually earlier this year, not that far ago, long ago, in March. That was the high for CXDO in March. And that was 688. So about a dollar to that next high. You can see this one, guys. DRCT. Look at DRC go. Direct Digital Holdings. DRCT had a big day on Friday. I don't really recall seeing this one. Not a ton of volume yet, 131,000, but that's six times normal. DRCT, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 450. So there's a little bit of room for this one. And that is DRCT. See if there's any news on it. I do not see any news on it. I'm just looking at some headlines. I don't see any news. Market is still super strong. I mean, there's no pullback yet in this market. Not yet. Not saying there's going to be, but for you guys on the SMR, NNE, I'm probably doing well for you guys. Reddit, haven't seen Reddit for a while. RDDT guys. Well, it's been a pretty good IPO. I mean, it hasn't. I can't remember what the IPO price was. Wasn't it in the 50s or it opened at 50 or something like that? So anyway, $74, almost a lifetime high. With 91%. So again, if you had a lifetime candle for Reddit, it'd be right at the top. Here we go. Goldman Sachs maintaining coverage with a price target of 60. Well, okay, a little bit old. Past target was 60. Now the target is 68. So I don't know if they expect this to drop. 34. Thank you, our draw. But it opened. What did it open at? If I can find that. I'll go to a monthly chart. Yeah. So it opened at 46, I guess, around $47. So definitely a successful IPO. Boy, UPST guys, this is just again, I don't see any other than Wedbush putting a $45 price target on it, up from 10. But I mean, we're already at 52. Yeah, I can do it right now, Daniel. So the question in our YouTube room: how to get the trade wave feature to show up on a chart? Okay. So what time is it right now? 10:01. Yeah, I've got time. So first of all, you have to be in our on our latest beta, Daniel. Okay. So if you're not on the latest beta, and you'll know if you are if you click on help and then click on about, you should see 5.6.101. Okay. So click on help and about. That's the first step. You have to be on our latest beta. And hopefully you saw what I did. Just click on help and about, and that'll tell you the version you're on. I'm on a development version. So, but if you see 5.6.101, then that's the first step. So I'm just waiting for an answer. Just click help and about from the toolbar. Help and about. Okay, you need to update. That's the first thing. So once you do update, and I'll give you a link in case you don't have one, just give me a moment, okay? Give me one moment. All right. Click on, so if you click on my homepage link, yeah, I see TVGN. It's also, well, the beta's fine. I mean, I hate, I mean, think people get hung up. I'm not just talking to you, E. Helen, but the beta. I've been using a beta version or a development version of the product since 2010. Okay, every time they come up with one, I've had no issues at all. But anyway, if you click on the homepage link, well, that's if you want. If okay, click on the homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So you see where it says download. So click on download and download the beta. Okay, if you want the trade wave feature. So let me know once you've done that, Daniel, and then we'll keep going. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones that are showing up now in the race. So yeah, the TVGN halted now. Yeah, 104. 104 is the potential open. Not a big clue yet. I mean, it certainly is an eye-catching press release. They're going to share the $1 billion plus revenue potential of its pipeline portfolio beginning this week. I don't know when they're actually going to do it. So that's a, again, eye-catching press release. and it appears to be a pretty low float, 20.88 million in the float. Not crazy low, but it's low. Yeah, SOUN is doing pretty well now, guys. So for Rani, I'm going to put a price alert. To see if it ever takes out that pre-market high, which is around 292. It got close a couple of times, but seemed to stall. Low float, 15.7 million in the float. Because if it does do that on the weekly chart, there's not a ton of room, but there is some room. 325. Oh, DEA. So DEA, let's take a look at this one. 1372 was the high looking left on the weekly chart. So it's right at that level. The next high in the weekly chart is it's too close. 1394. Too close for me. Well, I've turned into be a real dog, guys. IVA. Look at that. Pre-market high was 541. Go back a couple of dollars. That's a huge percentage drop. All right, let's see where TVGN opened. So it opened just under a dollar, guys, after that halt. TVGN opened just under a dollar, but just yeah, you know how I wouldn't mind trading some of these. So there was the halt price at 103. Just looking to see if it can take out that halt price in a big way. Like I don't typically trade these really cheap ones, but yeah, Riley is on the move, guys. Good for I think somebody might have taken that one. RILY. I'm just waiting on this TVGN. I want to see how well it holds a dollar. Okay, well, okay, well, it worked. I was wondering if it's going to get halted again. I've taken some out. It looks like it's going to get halted again. Yeah, well, I got some out right at the 117 mark, guys. I know it looks like, well, I know it got, I could tell it was, well, not 100%, but when I was looking at this, when it was 117, 118, it wasn't budging, which is pretty rare for a stock that is, 97 million shares have traded. So I was able to get some out at 117, but I'm still in this one during the halt. So we'll have to see what happens. I mean, I'm in around 106, I think. Yeah, 106. And you remember how I like to trade these ones. If they can go through the halt price. Now, remember what happened with TVGN? It opened and it got actually below the halt price, and then it got through the halt price again. That's what I like to do. Boy, that's about 5 or 6 of these that I've and for about 20. Well, as long as I've traded, probably in this year, I think I've had about 5 or 6 stocks where I've been in a halt, like had a stock during a halt. All right. Well, nothing I can do. I just got to wait for this to start to trade again. If it's a 5 minute halt, it'll open at 114 plus 20 seconds. Now, I will certainly have my hand on the submit button or my mouse on the submit button before this opens, just to make sure that it doesn't absolutely collapse on me. Now, nothing I can do if it opens way if the opening trade is way below, but Canada Goose, GOOS is still. Wells Fargo downgrades it to on weak China demand. What if they put a price target on it? It has definitely lost its flair, and it's not just about China, weak China. Okay, guys. So time is it now? So I still have a little bit of time to wait if it's going to open at 10:14 plus 20 seconds. So say about a minute and a half from now, if it's going to be a 5 minute halt, and that is for the TVGN. All right. Well, finally a pullback with Jasper JSPR. It's a pretty big one too, from 1963 down to 1718 or so. As a big pullback, percentage wise. Dan, yeah, there's nothing to. The money machine is not available yet, Dan. Okay, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. It still has to be tested. Okay, you can when it's available, you'll get some. Like if you've emailed, you'll be on a waiting list. Okay, there's nothing more to talk about. There's is not is just not available yet. It has to be tested. First, it has to be tested in our simulator, and then it has to be tested with real money. I don't think it's going to be available until the new year. All right, guys, I'm out of the TVGN. Okay, I'm out of it. Made a little bit on the second part, but so it depends what you're looking like the information you're looking for this money machine that they've been promoting. I mean, I can probably help, but in general, I mean, you're going to have like an account with Alpaca to, because you're going to have to be able to auto trade. You're probably going to have about $30,000 US in the account, because the whole idea of it is going to take the top three in that list, and it's going to keep rotating in and out of those all day long. So this is certainly not for everybody, but that's the gist of it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, TVGN may not be over. It may not be over. It's over for me right now. So, Dan, did you hear me? The only thing I just want to ask a question, okay, about this. Give me a moment, guys. So this one to me could get going again, I suppose. I'm going to stick a price alert. Boy, I got out right at the very high. Well, the first one anyway. I'm going to put a price alert at 118 just before it halted. I got out and had some left and escaped. So, Dan, did you hear me? I'm talking to Dan in our YouTube room. Alrighty, shoot. So it doesn't look. I still have a price alert set in the pre-market high, but it looks like it may not do it. Not in it. I'm waiting on a pre-market high break if it does happen. Okay, Dan. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, I want to find out if there's an official waiting list. Okay, I'm gonna get. Chris says, if you know Chris says he has responded to anyone that emailed, but sometimes your emails go into our spam folder. Okay, and so he's going to check. Okay, but this is, and he's just typing in what he would say. I'll post that into the YouTube. I'm just waiting. Okay, I'm just waiting, Dan. All right. Well, there's the TVGN. Okay. I hope I can post all this into YouTube. Sometimes there's a character limit. If he had seen your email, and it may have gone into our spam. Okay, Dan. This is I'm talking to Dan in our. Yeah. Okay. I I have there's a character limit, unfortunately, so I'm gonna have to do it in two. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, hopefully this. Okay, official wait, and just let me finish it off. Okay, it's wait list. Okay, I know it's going to say ist, but it's wait list. Okay, that's what you would have got from him. From him. Okay. All right, guy. Well, TVGN. So I don't have any left, but this is still looking good if you held on. All right, guys. It is 10:21. So typically, what I do around now is to go over my homepage. All the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. All right. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. As my computer revs up to let you know. All right. Here is a way in which you can take out a subscription. Okay. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. That is a promo code you can use. All I ask is this: if at any point in time you want to take out a subscription, please use the promo code you find on my homepage. That'll really help to keep the rooms free. The rooms get credit for the subscription, and that's what the company wants to see. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, the first thing you have to do is to get started. 10 short videos. First one is a download and install. First startup and login. I'll scroll down a little bit. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. It'll only take you 30 minutes to go through them all. It's a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do in these 10 short videos is to really kind of encapsulate everything, all the important aspects of trade ideas. So that should get you going. Next step, if you are new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. A series of videos designed for people who are new to trading, and it's all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This week's trade of the week is triggered, and let's see if it's how well it's doing. It is SOUN, and the trigger point was 480. Yeah, 480, anything over 480. So if you took it, you're doing pretty well. I'd be looking at this level right here in the weekly chart. You can see there are a couple of highs at 514, 515 right there. And what did it get to today? I think it got there in the what it got there in the pre-market. No, I'm sorry, the opening trade, yeah, it got almost right to it. Okay. So you can see the importance of trying to take out 515 for SOUN, because if it does, when you look left, it's got some room to 550 on the weekly chart. Okay. Big education section is here on my homepage. Just click on the education section, click on the guide. So in the guide, again, that getting started section is right there. Alert windows, a lot more detail about what an alert window is all about, what a top list window is all about. Stock racing, you'll notice I've got a stock race running right here. I'm going to go over this one, but here's how you can create your own with your own set of parameters. Okay. Price alerts, I use price alerts on the charts all the time, and watch lists. If you want to create your own set of wonder what happened here. Just give me a moment. If you want to create your own watch list with the symbols that you want to follow, here's how you do it. Obviously, there's a lot more in the user guide, but again, you do not have to learn everything. Okay, like any other user guide, lots of information. But most people, probably don't need to know everything that's in the user guide, especially at the beginning. but I would look at the alert windows and top list windows for sure. Getting started section is right here. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. Last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit and here they are. Okay, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So you click here, you expand this just a little bit. And notice how the price alert windows work, okay? All you have to do is put a price alert and then you minimize. I'll go over this. You can't see it right now. If I minimize this, and then when I get a price alert, the price alerts window pops up on my screen. Cannot miss it. I can put a sound alert on it also. So these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Now I'm going to show you the ones that I'm displaying. The biggest scan is from the start of the race is here. Pulse resume over here. Now the relative strength leaders is here, but you can have different ways of sorting it. If you look at it, it'll more than likely look at it like or look like this with probably some more symbols. It's up to you, okay? I'm actually liking the 5 minute change, but this is completely up to you. This is the let's see, upside movers versus downside movers is here. I do have a couple of other scans on my other monitor. You cannot see them, but here they are. Here's a momentum scan. I'm not trying to hide them. I just don't want to overwhelm the screen that I'm sharing with too many symbols. Okay, so too much. I don't want to overload it, especially if you're new. But here is the momentum scan right here. I also have this one. The biggest large cap gainers from the start of the race is here. And as I said, I have decided to have a gap continuation or reversal scan also, especially now that we're getting into earnings season. So they're all available, but as you can see, there are a lot more scans that I've created that you can take a look at. Just don't have them all up and running in one giant layout. You'll have way too much coming at you. I wonder why they're doing that to you, Bjorn. That's another time you said that I've never had that in all the 14, not 14, 8 years I've had Interactive Brokers. I've never had that situation. Don't understand. All right, guys. Now, really, a certain percentage of the float. Well, then don't do it, I guess. But, okay, that's weird. Okay, guys. So let me demonstrate what trade it is all about by looking at this momentum window. Okay. So what we are is fantastic at real-time alerting. If I right-click on this alert window and click on configure and click on summary. So there are a lot of screening programs out there. Of course we can screen, and this is what I mean by screening. But what I say excellent at is real-time alerting on top of that. So this is the screening aspect of this particular scan. If the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, and the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, in 5 minutes is 400% of normal. That's why I call it a momentum scan. So the bottom line is that if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time this happened was at 10:29 plus 23 seconds. That's a little over a minute ago, maybe a minute and a half ago. So since this alert, real-time alert for NATL, and these are all real-time alerts, No stock has met these filter requirements, and they just happen again. There's NX. Just met all these filter requirements, and you can see what's happening. NX is starting to move. Okay. So if you like this scan the way it is, you can have it. This is what's on my home page. But of course, you can make some changes if you like. For instance, if you don't like this price range, maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want to add a filter that you tend to use, or maybe take one of these out. That's completely up to you. This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. Okay. So if you want to create your own scans from scratch, of course you can. Notice at the very top here, excuse me, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. The very top, the two most popular ones, the new high and the new low of the day. But as you can see, I'm going to keep scrolling down. There are a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these icons are the filters. So if you're looking at this for the first time, don't think, man, this program is way too hard for me. How can I possibly learn what all these mean? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. If you don't know what something means, then well, first of all, if you're an experienced trader, you can probably scroll down through all of these, and if you see something that you understand, you can use it. But if you're not an experienced trader, don't worry about it. Okay. First of all, you probably should be taking a look at that trading 101. Okay, to understand, candlestick chart reading and all that, support and resistance, and then maybe you can start to take a look at some of these real time alerts. But don't worry about it. You don't have to learn all of these. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, and this has to make perfect sense. When the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a complicated programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create all these different real-time alerts and all those different filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, but you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. That's it for me. And just a handful of the filters. That does not mean that the ones I don't use are bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. But your trading style may be very different. And maybe you see something, I understand what that means. I'll use that. That's up to you. Just give me one moment, please. All right, now let's talk about the race that you see here and races in general, okay? Because the racing is a pretty interesting concept. So I run 4-minute races, and again, if you go to my homepage, click on the education section, and then the guide, you'll see there's a whole section on stock racing and how you can create your own race based on your set of parameters. I'm going to show you what I'm using, and of course you can create whatever time frame you want. I run 4-minute races. So what does it really mean? So this race has been running for 1 minute. Since the race started, TVGN has moved 3.7% since the race started. That's why you see it right at the top here. Okay. Notice that there is a top 10 list of stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. That can give you some focus to take a look at just these stocks all day long. Jasper, JSPR won 3 races. The TVGN won 3 races. And so that is a top 10 list that is automatically created for you. Okay. And you can see that TVGN now is up 6.9%. So you don't have to wait for number one for a stock to be at the top here to click on it, or for a race to be over to click on it. All you have to do, if I see anything here, I'd be clicking on it just to see what's happening. Here's the IPW. Well, you can see that if it can take out the high here, that might get running as an example. So maybe put a price alert in that area. Or maybe it's pulled back to something like the VWAP or maybe a moving average that you like. Okay. I'm not saying that hasn't. Well, look at this. I mean, IPW. There's the VWAP is at 175, so it's kind of pulled back into the VWAP area. If that is your style of trading, there are all sorts of different styles of trading, of course. So that's how you can use this list. Here's a MULN. Let's see what it's done. Well, let's take a look. 222 is the VWAP. There it is. So if you're a VWAP type player, you might be looking at this and watching to see, okay, is that VWAP area going to act as support and maybe it's going to bounce off it? So again, all sorts of different styles of trading. Okay. So again, I wouldn't wait for a race to be over before you click on it. And you can click on any one of these at any time during the day. Okay, well, Randy finally okay, going to give you, I don't know, I can't remember what your stop was. I got down to 250, but looks like it's going to start running now. So Shady was in this one. And it's getting close to the pre-market high now, RANI. So that's why you can see it's leading the race right at the top here. So that's a general idea of the race, okay? It's like any other race, okay? All it cares about is what stock is leading since the race started almost 4 minutes ago, and then there'll be Rani. If it holds, it will be the next winner of a race if it holds. Genie, I saw was. Let's see what's happening with Genie. Yeah, look at Genie. Wow, Genie's interesting. Next high, well, maybe not as interesting. The next high is 820. So you can see Randy won its first race, but it would have to win another race. It's not going to knock off that one that won one race. Okay, it's going to have to win another race for it to get into the top 10 to knock out some of the ones that have only won one race. So the question right now, if you're looking at this for the first time, is, well, why are these stocks showing up? What makes them special? So look at this market. Look at this market, guys. I mean, this is a minor pullback right there. So what makes these stocks special? Well, let's take a look. First of all races start from what we call a top list window. If I right click on this race, notice there's an option that says open top list. I'll click on it. And this is the top list that this is based on. Notice if I right click on this top list window, right click on it, notice there's the option launch real-time stock race. So that means you can create your own top list and run a race from it. This is what I'm saying. This is what I want in this top list window. It doesn't have to be what you want, but let me show you what I'm looking at. I right click, configure, click on the summary. So if the price is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it will be a stock that will appear in this list of stocks. Look how long this list is. Okay, I won't even be able to show you them all. And I have a big monitor. I can't even show you them all. So the way in which a person would use the top list window, and you can still use the top list window like this, but before we had racing, this is what you would do. A very often asked question is, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Well, as long as you have in the top list window a column header that shows that, which is the C% change from the close, all you have to do is double left click, and you can see that TVGN is up 214% from Friday's close. Rani is up 35%. There's a huge difference. So you can see TVGN up 216%. If I want to see the stock that's up the most from its opening trade of the day, the change from the open percent, I double left click. TVGN is still leading the way. EPAL, though, is up 23% from its opening trade, as an example. So, I mean, this is interesting news to know, I suppose, or information to have, maybe just to take a look at these stocks. But if you want to take this a lot further, what if some stock down here, BEKE, well, here we were talking about this one earlier, DXYZ, okay? What if all of a sudden, this is up by 20% from its opening trade of the day? What if all of a sudden it just started to move? It's up 20%, 25%, 30%. It's just really starting to move. Well, how would you ever know that? Huge list of stocks. How are you supposed to find, say, a stock that is really starting to move? Well, you don't have to, because that's what the race does. The race will show you in this huge list of stock what stock is moving the most since the race started. That's all it cares about. It doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from Friday's close or up the most from the change its opening trade of the day. All it cares about is when this race started, what is moving the most. Okay, so that's the idea of the race. And there's the TVGN again, and it just won another race, so that 3 will turn to 4. So again, this gives you a watch list. If you've got some trading experience, because I want to say this is a volatile bunch of stocks here, very volatile. They can move up fast, they can move down fast. Okay, if you're new to trading, it might be a little too volatile, even though there are a lot of, you'll get the biggest sort of bang for your buck. You'll get some big percentage moves, but with big percentage moves up, can come even bigger percentage moves down. So there's my segue into this one. So this is another race that I have up and running. Okay, I call this large cap gainers from the start of the race. Same idea. Top 10 list is automatically built for you. This race will not be as volatile as this race. Why? Because I added a couple of filters. Can you use the list for swing trading? Well, you can use anything, I suppose, for swing trading. I mean, it all depends on what your idea of a swing trade is. Let me explain a little bit, Bradley. I'll just go over this and then I'll explain a little bit. I'm not a swing trader, okay, but I'll explain how I would use this. So this is a large cap gainer. So now it's not like super large cap, but all I did was add 2 filters into this. Notice by adding 2 filters into this top list, because it's the same top list as this one, but I added 2 filters. Look how much smaller the list is. And that's because if I right click, configure, click on the summary. So I added 2 filters. The market cap has to be at least 500 million and the float has to be at least 50 million. Just by doing that, I've eliminated a lot of stocks that will appear in this one, but doesn't mean this is bad. It just means these are not going to be as volatile. Notice that, let me just get rid of this. Notice that 0.4% or 0.47% versus like a 6.3% move. You generally will not see big percentage moves here, but that does not mean these are not really interesting to trade. And so if I were new to trading, I would probably maybe concentrate on a list like this because they're just not as volatile. Okay. And that, again, I'm sharing this. Now, as far as swing trading goes, for me, swing trading, what I look for in a potential swing trade, but again, I'm not a big swing trader. Okay. And well, this list for sure. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say this is great for swing trading because you're going to get some very volatile names in here. I mean, would you take a chance in trying to swing trade TVGN? Okay, because I mean, this is low float, can be very volatile. It's coming from 28 cents. I mean, it may just keep going, but this is something that I would find very dicey to swing. I would probably find anything that is a bio a little bit dicey to try to swing, number one. So it depends on what it is. But let's take a look at the SRRK, okay? Certainly not I mean, it's been very active. It had a huge week last week. I mean, if this closed near the high of the day, so you could take a look at this list at the end of the day, or sorry, say this list at the end of the day, or this list. I mean, it's up to you. And if the stock closed near the high of the day, so you don't have to battle to it. In other words, you don't want it to pull so much back down to get so that if you decided you want to try it, that you're going to have to battle today's high to get through. So for me, the way I look at swing trading is if it, closed near the high of the day, and then you don't have to worry about today's high. And then when you look left, doesn't have a lot of room to keep moving. Okay. And room, I mean, that's subjective. For me, I mean, obviously it would have some room. $35. It's at 28 right now. No, I'm not saying it's going to get to $35, but for me, swing trading means it's going to have some room to move before it hits a next high, either on the daily chart or the weekly chart. I would also want to make sure that, the 200-day moving average is not looming above it. In this case, it isn't. So I'm not saying this is a great swing trade, but that is the theory for me. So if you want to take a look at something like this at the end of the day and see what the top 10 list is, and then click on each one of them, and then make up your mind. Does that make sense? Excuse me. Yeah, so Dan, just to let you know, Dan Guerra in our YouTube room, yeah, for whatever reason, your email went into spam for us. Okay, so it's not your fault. Okay, it's not your fault, but for some reason, people send emails to us, and for some reason, some of them go into our spam folder. All right, guys. So, well, the TVGN is still kind of alive, isn't it? 129, 130 on the bid ask. Now, this is a trading room, but it's a support room also, okay? So I've answered a few questions already. If you're sitting out there wanting to ask your questions, please don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. Now, if I'm tied up in a trade that requires my 100% concentration, I'll let you know. But usually I can answer questions pretty quickly. Now, if it's an accounting question, I will not be able to answer that, but I can direct you to the correct parties. Okay. So, and don't be shy. I love answering questions. It keeps me, sometimes I get kind of slow. And so I love answering questions if I can. Boy, look at that. Yeah, Bitcoin's having a pretty nice day, isn't it? $3,400 or so. Okay. I'm going to take a look at IBIT just as my proxy for Bitcoin. Yeah, look at this. And Mara looks very similar. There's the high. Oh, there's the all-time high for Bitcoin. Using IBIT to trade it. So not that far away, 39.81, about $2 away for IBIT. Yeah, so I'm looking. Here's some of the Bitcoin plays, guys. Mara, HUT, CLSK. Yeah, CLSK. So there's some of the Bitcoin plays right here. Yeah, I mean, I call it crypto. I guess I should call it crypto. Okay, I just lump them all together. Well, nice trade of the week from Steve so far. SOUN. Nice trade of the week. Not easy to try to come up with one trade or one stock and suggest as the trade of the week. So very nice. Now look at this. I mean, you've got some room. 551 SOUN. So Sophie has been on the move. It's a big float, guys. 1 billion in the float. That's an impressive move. 10% move. Let's see if it can take out 10. And the reason this is up, a $2 billion pact with Fortress Investments. Hey guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, give me one moment, guys, again. Okay, wow, look at boy, SOUN and Upstart still making new highs, guys. UPST just made another new high. When I did not take this morning, I was a little too early, but boy, UPST, I don't mind pointing. Like a lot of you are less conservative than I am. Okay, I'm a pretty conservative trader, even though you might say, well, wait a minute, you took TVGN. How is that conservative? Well, my conservative nature usually means not taking trades in the first 15 minutes. Okay, that's so I do run the risk of something that just keeps moving. Coal's on the way down here, guys. KSS. So this is definitely running counter, obviously, to the market. KSS running counter to the market. The next low looking left for coals, 1875, maybe a little too close. And that's KSS. Just looking. So if you're looking for short opportunities, this scan here, the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. If you see anything in red here, that is a potential short opportunity if you want to take a look. Okay. Anything in green, of course, is a potential long opportunity. All right, guys. So there's the RANI, RANI now is at the pre-market high again. Okay. I could not see any news on this one. I'm still looking. I cannot see any specific news for RANI today. Okay, I'm talking today. I don't see any news on it. It's a pretty low float, 15.7 million in the float. Austin here. Gold play. I typically don't play any gold or energy plays unless there's something specific to the company. In other words, it's running on its own news rather than just running on the sector. So let's see what gold is doing. GLD, just in general. Okay, well, for sure, AUST is moving counter, and gold is actually down now for the day. So this is actually running counter to the overall market. Too bad. Not enough room for me, Trevi. Yeah, not enough room on the weekly chart. 338. I mean, if I took it at 315, I got the 338. Of course, that'd be great. But I just need more room for a stock to move before it hits the next high on either the daily or the weekly chart. So that red line on my weekly chart, well, you can see it right there. There's the next high, guys, for SRRK and 2971. So boy, there's room. There is room for this SRRK, guys. Interesting level right now, just over the whole number. Okay, just over the whole number. Let's see how well it holds this whole number. It's not a low float, 66 million in the float. Not high, but certainly not a low float. How well is it going to hold this whole number of 28? Spread is not great right now. 2806, 2819. Not a great spread, but let's see if it tightens up. I can't quite remember why this popped like it did last week. Obviously, there was some news. Yeah, look at that, 28, 2808. So I have to see this thing holding that whole number like really well. So I'm going to stick a price alert at 2818 and see if it gets back up to that area again and have that bid ask tighten up just a little bit. BYRN, BYRN. Thank you, retired. Yes, happy Thanksgiving to My fellow Canadians. 1591. Okay, guys, this has got BYRN definitely has some room if it wants to move. I mean, it's been moving well. It's up 9%, pretty low float. And the reason, look at this though. I mean, there's the high looking left for the daily chart, and that is 1590. So that is certainly far enough away on a percentage basis. Let's see how well this kind of holds this level. All right. Well, let's see if this SRRK can move, guys. Spread is not great still, but I have taken it and want to see if it can have a bit of a move up into this area. In a moment. Here's another one I did not see earlier, guys. TKNO. TKNO. Yeah. Knocked out of the SRRK, guys. I'll look at it later, but yeah, the minute it got down underneath 20, I didn't like it. Here's TKNO, guys, on the move for some reason. TKNO, another low float, 22 million in the float. So TKNO, and let's see now, the high was this week. Well, today was 657, popped up to 657, pulled back. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news. It almost looks like it's halted. It's not moving. Yeah, another one. Terrible spread, guys. 620, 640. Terrible spread. Well, BYRN is still moving, guys. Let's see if it has. I mean, it's pretty extended right now, but let's see. Again, the next high is way up here, 1591. So there's plenty of room if it wants to keep moving. That's an interesting business they're in. They sell less lethal self-defense technology, selling innovative, less lethal personal security solutions. All right. Don't see any news on this one today. Well, this run, it just is really struggling to take this pre-market high out in a big way. Little struggle. I mean, I'm not saying it's a big struggle, but it just doesn't want to take out that three yet. RANI. Lands End LE. So let's take a look at this one. I don't see one earnings spike today either. Not one. Not meeting my filter requirements. So LE, the next high looking left is 1827. Obviously too close. Ah, thank you, William. Okay. No, not even any now PM meaning pre-market or post-market? Oh yeah, lots of okay, all day. Okay. So yeah, so no earnings releases after hours today. So there are about 100 companies releasing this week though, so they'll be jammed into the 4 days. Okay. We have about 100 companies releasing earnings this week, and next week it'll be a lot more. Yeah, because of the banks and the bond market's closed also. It's a really weird. Why wouldn't the market just close? Stock market close also. You told them you wanted to trade. Okay. All right, guys, in less than an hour, I will be taking a break. So I'm just confirming that it'll be Chris Varley in our YouTube room when I do take my break. Look at SRRK now. I almost got back in it, but I wasn't quite fast enough. I'm just waiting on one stock to move for me, see if it moves. Man, Upstart, that was the one, guys. I mean, that one just right from the beginning, hardly any sort of a pullback, right here, but that's hardly any sort of a pullback, really. This has just been awesome all day long. Unfortunately, I'm not in it, and that is a UPST. And I mean, again, Wedbush upgraded it, but upgraded it, and it's already past 45. Had they upgraded it, had that upgrade been like 70 or something, I may have taken a little more closer look at it. But C'est la vie. Yeah, look at the SRRK now. You miserable. Why'd you knock me out? Next high, if you took it and you held on, the next high, again, you've got room. 29.72. So yeah, I mean, that's why I liked it. Had all that room. STFS worth watching. IPO on Friday. Is that the cheap one or is that the more expensive one? I know there was a more, excuse me, a more expensive one. STFS. STFS. Let's get it in here. Oh, cheap one. Okay. Yeah. So I've got a high. I've got a price alert at the high of for STFS. Okay, and I'm sure this is out of. I think this is the one out of Singapore, I believe, Singapore or China. So that's why it'll be. If it takes out the high, it could get going. Man, where could this upstart keep going to? Let's take a look at a monthly chart and see where the next high is. Wow, to back this out. So we've got to get back to over a year ago, August of 2023. Wow, $72. $72 is the next high in a monthly chart. Now nobody's saying it's going to get there, but look at the room it's got. All right, guys, I have confirmed it will be Steve. Sorry, Chris. Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes, taking over for me in our YouTube room. Ah, cool. LTH is an LTH. Very cool. Long lifetime high, LTH, the symbol, and is also a lifetime high. Okay, so RARS, not exactly. I don't share the layout. I share the individual scans. Okay, I don't share a layout because not everybody wants everything in my layout. So what you can do, sort of a la carte, pick and choose what you want. Okay, so let me just show you how you can do that. Question is, how can I get the layout? So if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link. This is what you're going to see. So if you scroll down the middle section, here are the scans. Okay. Now I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can't see them all. I don't have, first of all, I don't have them all up and running, but I've got a lot of scans that I've put in here that people can take a look at. But as far as the ones you can actually see, the biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. The momentum scan is here. And the upside movers versus downside movers is here. Okay. So those are the scans that now the other one, the relative strength leaders is here. So you can pick and choose which ones you might want. As far as the charts are concerned, I mean, you may have a completely different idea about what timeframes you want. So that's why, I don't think it's necessary to share the charts because I'm using a 5 and a 15 daily and a weekly. That may not be what you want. May not be what you want. Okay. But as far as the scans are concerned, now I do have another scan on one of my other monitors called Momentum, Momo. Here it is here. Another scan on my other monitor, or race on my other monitor, is the large cappers. Okay, so you can also take a look at those if you want. But if you're just interested in the ones that I'm currently displaying, then here they are. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Halts resumes is here, and the upside movers versus downside movers is here. Okay. Problem is, if I had a big layout that I was sharing, there are a lot of scans that people may not want. So I just think it's as easy just to pick and choose. Also, it gives you it sort of teaches you a little bit about trade ideas, like how do you load a scan? How do you get it onto your now? If that's a problem, just let me know. Okay. Because you're seeing these links, but you may look at them and go, well, okay, it's great to see them, but how do I get them onto my screen? If that's an issue, just let me know, or anybody else. Okay, I can demonstrate one. If I demonstrate one, it's the same for every one of them. Okay, please do. Okay, let me just go back to my homepage link again. So clicking on my homepage link, so scrolling down, click here. So here are the scans. So let's just say I wanted the biggest gainers from the start of the. Let me pick momentum. Okay, just because the race won't have started, but I want to get too into it. Let me pick the momentum scan, but every one of them is exactly the same. Okay, in terms of what you'll do. So when you click on, notice underneath Momo, it says open scan. Okay, so you click on open scan. Now, what happens with me? Let's see what happens. Okay, now on some browsers, it may go into a new tab. Okay, in this one, it overwrote that, but you can see right there that link. That's the link for it right up here. Hopefully, you can see what I'm pointing at. All you have to do is highlight it. Okay, just highlight it like you would normally do with most programs. Highlight it, and now copy it. Control C. So now the link is copied. The link is copied. Don't look at all this. Okay, this is it's too convoluted. Just do what I do. Highlight the link and copy it. Once you've done that, if you've done it correctly, then you go up into our toolbar and you click on File, Load from Cloud. And notice, here it is. It's already filled into this box here. It's the same link. You see how it ends in C054, C054. So if you've done it correctly, it's going to it'll have loaded into this box. Now, if it's blank, you can always try to paste it, Control V it. Okay, Control V to paste it in. But if you've highlighted this correctly and then Control C to copy it, then when you file load from cloud from our toolbar, it should automatically be there. And then you just click load, and now it'll be on your screen. So let me know, anybody who's trying to do this. I want to make sure it works for you. I can always do it again. Because when you load it, now it'll be on your screen. Just let me know. And again, I can do it again. I know sometimes it's hard to follow, but I can do it again. And once you've done one, all the rest are the same. Uh, the agony of defeat. SRR beat me. Oh man, great. It worked. Okay, applause. Now, don't forget, guys. Anybody listening to me? So now that you've got my scan, a scan on your screen, don't forget You have to save it to your cloud though also, okay? What you've done is you've basically taken it out of my cloud, you've put it on your screen. If you like it and you want it, so let's take a look at Momo. You just right click and save or share to cloud, okay? Right click, save or share to cloud and save it. Now it's in your cloud also because very common question is, I had one of your links that I had on my screen, but I don't know where it is now. More than likely, you didn't save it into your cloud because if you save everything into your cloud, it'll always be there. Okay, because if you go file, load from cloud. Man, I've got a ton of things that are in my cloud. You'll see it. Okay, you can do a search on the name of it, but you'll see it in your cloud. The other thing to do is save your layout to the cloud. So if you assemble a layout with some of my scans, maybe some charts that you construct, maybe you make a scan of your own, and now you've got it. You got something that you might want to have, and you file, save or share to cloud. Okay, file, save or share to cloud. Click on entire layout, more than likely, and give it a name. If your Ross's first TI, whatever you want to call it. We're just talking in general, of course, but give it a name and then save it. Now the layout is also into the cloud. So why is this important? Because if you have multiple devices, you can have trade ideas loaded on as many different devices as you want. Okay, so if I'm working on a desktop computer, but I've got a couple of laptops, I've got a couple of tablets, I can have trade ideas on every one of the devices. Now I can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time, but let's just say I went out and bought a new laptop. Well, I download trade ideas, and then all I have to do is file load from cloud, and I can load whatever I've saved. Okay. And also another really important aspect is if something happens to my desktop and I've got to get a new one, well, pain. But again, if everything is loaded into the cloud, I just have to bring them all back. Okay, easy enough to bring them all back as long as you've saved things to the cloud. Oh, SRK, you're driving me crazy. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back and see if there's anything moving that I could be interested in. Let's take a look at a firm, guys, AFRM, a little bit like Upstart. Okay, so a firm, so Wedbush has raised the price from 45 to 45 from 25, sort of a little bit like they did with Upstart, except they went from 10 to 45. But I mean, it's above. It is above. And there's a pop right there. You can see some volume came into AFRM. I would probably have to wait for it to break a whole number, which is very close. So I'm going to put a price alert A little bit above it, for above 49 to see if it takes it out. So let me go. What time is it now? I have time. So let me go over this gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay. Yeah, I have this one up and running. Also, I said that I would have start having it up and running once we got into earning season. So I had. I think I put it up. I think it was last Thursday and Friday, just to get used to it again. So there's where I saw the SRRK. Well, I probably saw it at other places. I think it, won a race. Oops, won a race here in the large cappers. Okay, but that's where I definitely saw it here. So what is this one all about? So gap continuation or reversal. Now notice it says M in the upper left-hand corner. That means it's a multi-strategy window. Now typically the use of a multi-strategy window is if, let's say, you only have one monitor and you've got several alert windows, and you monitor screen space, and you got maybe even like a laptop. So screen space is a premium for you. So what you can do is, instead of having different alert windows spread around your monitor, you can put them all into a multi-strategy window. Okay, and this is what now I don't. I screen space is not a problem for me, but what I like to do sometimes is put similar scans in a multi-strategy window. So I call this gap continuation or reverse. So if I right click on it and hover over strategies, you'll notice I've got four alert windows in here. One is called Gap and Go. So what does that mean? Gap and Go meant that a stock gapped up. Remember what a gap is? I think some people don't understand what a gap is. It's the opening print of the day. Okay, that's a defined number. It's not the change from the close. It's the opening print of the day. So if a stock, you know, closed at $10 on Friday and its opening print was 11, that means it had a gap of $1. Okay, and that's a defined number. So the gap and go, I've got the filters in here, so it has to be. I can't remember what the minimum gap has to be, but at any rate, the gap and go meant the stock gapped up, and then it kept, and then when we got the alert, it was moving higher. Again, doesn't mean it has to. A firm is not one. I'm just, it happens to be on the screen here, but just means that when we got the alert, it was moving higher. Doesn't mean it's going to keep moving higher all day long, of course, but that's what it's showing you. Gap down and reverse, which was SRRK, actually. That stock, this is a stock that gaps down and then it starts to reverse. And SRRK did that beautifully. Gap up and reverse is just the opposite. Stock that gaps up and then starts to reverse on the way down. Okay, doesn't mean it's going to continue in the same direction all day. In fact, you could get the alert and it could just stop. And then gap down and go means the stock gap down and then it kept moving down. So that's why I like to have these up and run this scan up and running during earning season, because during earning season we see a lot of gappers. A stock, based on earnings, a stock can have big gaps, either up or down. And then of course we could have the reversals of both of them. And if you want to see what a scan is looking for, you just have to, in this multi-strategy window, you just have to hover over it and then open the alert window. So for instance, the gap up and go, this is what it's looking for. So prices between 50 cents. I thought I'm going to raise this up, I think. 50 cents and 30 cents, $30. But here's the open, the gap, 4% above the previous day's close, and also has to be 50 cents above the previous day's close. So that means that opening trade has to be 4% above the previous day's close and also 50 cents above it. So that gives it the gap look. And I don't start watching this until at least 15 minutes after the open, because I don't want to see stocks that are gapping up and down, lots of action in the first 15. So I like to wait 15. You don't have to, but this is what I do. And if you only want to see long strategies, the gap up and go and the gap down and reverse, you just have to uncheck the other two. Okay. All you have to do, so in a multi-strategy window, if you don't like one of them, you just uncheck it. Oh, just give me a moment, guys. All right. Now, Summit. Haven't seen Summit for a while. This was a massive move a while back, and I think there's some really high price or targets put on this one, SMMT, but it is falling down. I mean, falling back. I mean, the highs were around 35, so it's sitting at 20 right now. Had some big news this week, because before that news, it was a $12 stock. That week, it got up to 35, 34. So I see that NNE and how about SMR? Could they not hold their gains? Yeah, SMR better than NNE. Ugh, SRRK now is over 29. BSFC, okay, what did he say? Did he say we should be at $100? All right. Well, I don't know. I'm sure you did not go over all this, William, but that's another CEO trying to prop up his stock. It certainly worked well for the for the verb. It certainly worked well early anyway for the verb. What is verb doing now? I haven't seen it for a while. Yeah, you know what? I mean, this is still hanging in here, guys. This could be one of those ones later on in the day. I'm going to stick a price alert near the high of the day. This could be one of those ones that has a big move near the end of the day. Near the end of the day. I mean, in the afternoon, 1:30 ish. Could move earlier, of course, but I tend to try to look for the ones that were really, really active, and then they just kind of do nothing for several hours. And then in the afternoon, at some point, the enthusiasm comes back. You see a big volume spurt, and sometimes, they just start to really move again. Yeah, look at that AAOI, guys. Pretty good from 10:30 on. It had a little bit of a pullback, but now the AAOI was choppy at the beginning of the day, but once it got running, Toronto Furnished Units, okay? Of some of these pseudonyms. CAPR. Well, CAPR, of course, was a huge runner for a few days, weeks actually. It's not showing up in any one of my. Okay, Daniel. Okay, yeah, that's the one. 5.6.101. Okay, I'm on 103. That's because I'm on a development version. So, Daniel, let me talking to Daniel in our YouTube room. Okay, yeah, the trade wave question. So now, what you have to do is if you right click on your any chart, okay, right click on a chart and make sure use browser interface. Check use browser interface. Okay, let me know if it worked. Just right click on a chart and you must check use browser interface. And assuming you've done that, option called FX in this line here. Okay, do I better do something before somebody gets mad at me. Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay. So now an option should say FX, okay, in this line here. You see where it says buy sell? So in that line, there should be an option now that says FX. If you click on it, then you'll get a couple three options here. One is trade wave. If you click on trade wave, give it about 10 seconds or so, but that should activate it and you'll start to get the cloud. You'll start to get some buy and sells. Okay. Let me let me know if that worked. Okay, great. Man, oh man. Well, now this is starting. If you took this one, what I did, and you held on, I mean, the next high for SRRK is 29.72. So it still has a little bit of room. Now, if it takes that on, I have to watch this one tomorrow because look at the room it's got, $35. So, all right, I'm going to put a price alert at 29, well, I'll leave it at 29.95. I want to see if I can take all that out. And then tomorrow, who knows, maybe it'll start to continue to fill in this void. Even GME is getting into the game. Let's take a look at GME. So a little bit of a spurt here for GME for whatever reason. The next high looking left is 2153. So there is that. If it can take out 2153, then the next high is about 23 and a half, a little over that. Okay, guys, I am yeah, about 18 minutes or so. Chris usually shows up a little bit earlier, so yeah, that trade of the week is working out really, really nicely. If you got it anywhere close, even if you just waited for a five break, now the next high is 552. So I don't know if there's any news on it. Don't see any news specifically. It's an AI play, but I don't see any news on it specifically today. Bitcoin is still strong, 31 up 3,100 approximately. And there's IBIT. Yeah, so IBIT's just kind of resting right now. And the market has really not given it up yet, guys. I mean, there's been a little bit of a pull down, but I mean, not much. High up here was well, I'm going to stick an alert up there. I bet the volume is really low. Ha! Well, no, it's a week. Okay, so Friday's volume was about 42 million. We're at 11 million right now, and we're not quite halfway through the market. But my guess is that we're with the bond, a lot of traders are just taking the day off, I guess. Not sure we saw any news on Rani. I could not see any news on it. I mean, they're going to be participating in the Maxim Healthcare. I don't know when it started, October 17th, but I don't see any other news today on it. So unless somebody dug up some news on RANI, I can't see any. Not today, not for today specifically. This is a stock out of Finland, guys. I don't think I've ever seen a stock out of Finland, but yeah, here we are. AS. Okay. And I saw this in the pre-market, but then it's kind of then it started to drop. Okay. So there's AS. Still, well, actually, it's down now for the day. Okay. Well, let's see if it takes out the low. Because looking left, it's got a ton of room. Okay. On the weekly chart. How about on the daily chart? Actually, on the daily chart, yeah, the daily chart has got a low at 1818. So that could act as some kind of support. Target raised to 19 from 17 by Wells Fargo, but hasn't really. Well, it's propped it up a bit, I guess. Well, here's another one, guys, that's just had a tremendous run. Beam, tremendous run in that it hasn't had any sort of a pullback. Look at it on a 5. Look at it on a 15. That is BEAM. On a weekly chart, where could this go? 25.95. So it's above that. So the next high on a weekly chart is 27.04. So it has about a dollar to the next high on the weekly chart. And that is for BEAM. Not a lot, not a big float, not a low float, 65 million in the float. And I don't see any specific news on it. That is BEAM. True. Finland. Yeah, you're right. Nokia is also out of Finland. Okay, Shady. Shady is in Lunar again, I think. Yeah, LUNR. So the high last week, it looks like it's approaching at $18. If it can get through, sorry, $8. If it can get through that, then the next high is 8.75. So stick an alert in that area. Lots of shares. Yeah, lots of shares at Interactive Brokers for GME. Not as many as Fidelity, but enough. 1.26 million. Well, there's GoGo, guys. You remember when GoGo was there was one other one, but this was the big one when GoGo's big deal, and this is years ago, offering, well, I'll call it internet services on airplanes. That was his big deal years and years ago. I think they had a deal. I think they had a deal with American. So I mean, GoGo's got room. I mean, 763 is the next high, looking left on a weekly chart. But on a daily chart, you can see there's a high at 719. So maybe if it takes that out, it's got a shot to that weekly high, and that is GoGo, GOGO. Ah, Java. Now this one was really active a little while back. JVA. Well, really active, and it was dormant for a long time. And then a couple of weeks, about 4 weeks ago, it got up to 389. The JVA coffee play, of course. Boy, this is just showing up over and over again on the gap down and reversal scan SRRK. Again, look what it's done. Here's the gap down and then the reverse. Siri has been strong. Not quite as nice as the SRRK because I did have the drop here, but you know what? It's starting to move again. And the next high looking left on the daily chart is 28.31. So it's got over a dollar. Okay, that red line actually that you can't see it here. If my daily chart was a little bit taller, you could see that there is the next high. And I think this is the one that Berkshire, yeah, Berkshire took a stake in. It doesn't say how much. Oh, no, it doesn't say how much though. not here anyway. There's probably somewhere that it'll tell you what they've increased their stake in the company. Okay. All right, guys, 11:52. So what I'm going to do now is in our main room, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Okay, so you can head over and listen to Chris when he gets in there into YouTube. He's not there yet. You don't have to go yet. You talking to me? What super secret alert was that? So there's a YouTube link, guys. So if you want to head over to YouTube when Chris gets there, he's not there yet. That is not from me, William. You can't hear my sound alerts. I don't think I got a rooster crowing. Unless it was outside where I Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I don't think we have any roosters outside my window. So what I'm gonna do now is just put the announcement. I'm not gone yet. Okay, guys, there's the Affirm, AFRM. I can't do anything because I'm gonna be taking my break, but there's the Affirm. You can kind of see that if you look left, it has some room to run, AFRM. Okay, so when Chris shows up, this is the announcement. So I'll be on a break back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Genie was pretty active this morning. Wow, it's still good. It's still pretty interesting, guys. GENE. This has been basing nicely. It's a huge float, 133 million. So that's one reason why it's probably not super active. I mean, it's up 6%. The problem is, yeah, that's what I saw. The problem is that there's, to me anyway, potentially near-term resistance, 820. So we're at 807 right now. So potentially near-term resistance. All right, JJ, you're saying BBA. Oh, BBAI. I mean, it has the look of something that, it's basing nicely. Big float though, almost 100 million in the float, so it's not one of those low floaters. And if you look left on the weekly chart, see, to me, it's just got too much potential resistance. Between 184 and 2. I mean, there's 196 on the weekly chart. Where could it go? He's going to have to take that out in a big way. And it's a big float. Well, big float. For a $1.80 stock, it's a pretty big float.
I'm guessing you couldn't hear a big beep.
Oh, just give me a moment, Chris. My music's going too loud. Okay, guys, Chris is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. And then just give me one moment, Chris, as I stop my music. Okay. Are you there?
Stop the presses.
Stop the presses. Chris Varley's in the room, ready to tell everybody what to buy and sell over the next 5 minutes. And everybody, right? No? Am I wrong?
It's odd. My crystal ball fell off my desk and broke.
Oh,
So
no.
unfortunately, I don't have that information anymore. I had it right here in front of me, and then I lost it. So
Well,
you
wait a
understand.
minute now. There's falling off a desk. You can put it back on, but it did fall off and break.
It's cracked all through, and
Oh,
I can't
dear.
read it anymore. It just looks like it says Z's across the whole thing. So it's
Hmm.
I'm not sure of any
Well,
stock ticker with just 7 Z's in a row.
Well, check the internet and see if there are anybody who fixes crystal balls, and then you never know. You never know, Chris. Well, a little bit of levity, guys, as I hand the baton, the torch over to Chris. So, Chris, thank you. But in all seriousness, you've probably done nothing, right? You don't want to talk about it. Any specific trade? No?
I didn't take any day trades today. I got shaken out of a position. I had a position S. I had a
Oh,
swing
yes.
position in it for a little while here.
Oh, yeah. Sentinel. I saw that one moving down early.
Yeah, and so when it crossed 2670, I decided to just close it. I'd had it for a little over a week,
Okay.
but I had the same thing happen to me with Zeta a week or two ago. I don't know how long ago it was, and then Zeta kept moving down, and I didn't close it soon enough. I closed it with profit, but I let like 50% of it slip away, and of course, I was not happy with that. So it's it's a tough thing, like when you're swing trading and the market's strong and your stocks get upgraded, and then all of a sudden they start moving against you, and you're like, well, I mean, I'm in a swing trade and I'd like to hold on to my actual target, but also I can't just watch this profit evaporate.
Exactly. All right.
So that's my big story for the day.
Okay. Well, I love that story. I'm going to jot it down in my diary, and I'll repeat it to you next week to see if you're doing the same thing.
Phenomenal.
Okay. All right, Chris. Thanks very much. I'll see you in about an hour.
You enjoy your break, and we'll see you soon.
Bye.
All right, everybody. Whoop, I got to switch the screen here. There we go. Perfect. All right, so Barry making his way to a much-deserved break, as always. Let's settle on in here. We got the screen sharing. I surmise you can all hear me. So happy Monday, everybody. My name is Chris Varley. Work with the support team here at Trade Ideas. For those that don't know me, I generally do the Monday noon sessions here, noon Eastern sessions here. Live Q&A. I don't have anything pre-done as content. I rely on you folks to try the content. Oftentimes the questions you have are similar, exactly the same as questions others have. And it kind of helps drive that whole community vibe that we're trying to do here. After all, we're all really trying to do the same thing, right? Leverage the software for making money in the stock market. And as a subscription-based software, it doesn't benefit us whatsoever if you folks struggle with the software. So we do these noon sessions as Q&As here, plus Barry doing the magic that he does all day long, answering questions and stock and market commentation and all that. With that said, we open the forum here. If you've got questions, please get those in. So I like to say I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. Of course, if you were all giving me the silent treatment, I'll just kind of go around and try to find some, interesting and notable market ideas, thoughts, and trade ideas scams. Edgar, welcome. Glad to have you here. You've got questions on the platform. And, I talk to a lot of people via email in our live support chats, and I often tell people when they've got a lot of questions about the software, join us here. You don't need a subscription to join us here. And for any of you that, have friends, family, dog walkers, second cousin removed once, twice through marriage or whatever, they have any interest in the market, send them here to the support session, right? Generally, I do hope that the people that come to these have a realistic thought process about what the market is and how to leverage software like ours to making money in the market. But of course, welcome any and all, and try to get people set and straight on the proper path for their success in the market. With that said, it would seem that we got no questions coming in. So let's, what the heck? I don't talk about my trading too much. I have various reasons for that. One, I'm not any spectacular trader or something like that. So got no big profits to hide or anything like that. I'm eking out wins here and there. When we're in a bull market like we're in, I will swing trade and try to swing trade more than I actually day trade. Some of my day trading also depends on how busy I am with support around here. So no day trades or anything today. I was looking at a few different things. Nothing really panned out for me. But we could talk about S here. And so this is a stock I've traded a couple times now in the last few months. And, to get in a swing trader mentality here. And again, if anybody has questions, interrupt me. Don't be shy. This isn't like, oh, well, he's talking, I don't want to interrupt that. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to be interrupted and answer your questions, not just talk at you. But with no questions, I do want to keep it, positive and moving forward. So anyways, S here. Oh man, let's see. So, all right. It was here. It came in on my evening scan back in the summer. And I liked it. I put it on my like list, still on there now. I don't know when I put it on my like list. It might be a second time around. I suspect it's the second time around. Oh, look at that. July 15th. What did I tell you? Huh? All right. So, okay. So no, I was wrong. I apologize. I didn't take it like it here. I liked it here. It came through my evening scan. And so I liked it and I watched it do this. And I got a little piece of it on these days here and eked out an okay win on it. It wasn't what I wanted. I was looking for a swing trade on it. I believe I took it on this day and I got out this day as it was falling. So I don't know. I eked out, let's say, a 25-cent win or something like that. I could go back through my orders from way back then, but I'm not going to. I know it wasn't a big winner, but it was what it was. But anyways, I continue to track it and, I just like this indicator that I use here. And of course, what I noticed over the time being is while it pulled back to this area down here and it marched up. I didn't get any of that. I didn't trade 1 penny in that, right? I didn't get any of that move, but it was what it was, You saw this 25 level and I thought that's a big level. It's a big deal because if we look back here, we can see that gap down onto that 25 level, right? And that 25 had been resistance here. And I decided not to chase through it right here, even though it made it up there. And that looked like to be the right move, more than less. And it made this move again here. And it rejected again off that 25 level here. But it pulled back less this time. Not only did it pull back less this time, but we had a strengthening of the overall market. And so, looking at those things, I thought to myself that this is setting up a really nice risk reward scenario for myself here. And so when we got this going on here and we didn't pull back, I actually took it on this green day here near the top of that candle, of course. And I sat in penalty underwater for a bit. I was using this kind of as a guiding stop line here for me. And we got a nice march up it right here. Truth be told, I really wanted to try to hold out for this up here. Obviously, it didn't happen. We got rejected off this way up here. I sold it on my way down. It's a little bit below where I sold it. Now I'm wondering, did I do the right move? Hindsight's going to be 2020, right? I have no idea if this was going to be the right move or not. But what I do know is that I didn't, I'm glad I didn't hold it all the way to 26 because I'd have been really pissed at myself. And had I held it to 26 and then got out here and then it reversed this 50 cents, I'd have been kicking and screaming mad, right? So time will tell if I made the right exit or not. I can always get back in it, obviously, but the original setup that I liked is gone, and we're in this area that's likely to be a bit messy here. Will it be a bit messy? I have no idea. I can't predict that, but I'm banking on it'll be a little messy, so I'm going to see if we can't consolidate or pull back maybe to the 25 and stay above 25 using that as support and maybe find another entry on that again. So as always with me, long story long, thought I'd share something that I did trading wise. Like I said, I don't discuss my trading too much because I'm just not I'm not a guru. Mookie, good morning. Does TI have any resources to help with futures? No. Nope. No futures. We are stocks only. Stocks. We have 6 filters that revolve around options volume and nothing to do with filters whatsoever. Sorry. I cannot help you. what else? Is there anything else really to comment on at the moment? I guess so. I guess that's it for S anyways. I'll give you, gave you a good, I'll give you a not as good, right? Let's see here. All right, yeah, so Zeta, I took it somewhere in here. And then we got this big gap up that day, and I'm like, "Oh man, hell yeah, we're ready to lift off on this thing, right? We're going to take out all-time highs on it. We're coming right up on it, and then it pulled right back and it put me around even to slightly underwater here. And then I don't know whatever day this was, and this happened up here, and I didn't sell up here. I sold literally the bottom of this candle here. Obviously, it was a good move, but, annoyed with myself that I didn't manage that a little better. It is what it is. Yeah, I didn't sell it here after going back underwater. I didn't get the top or near the top of that. I just let it kind of drift down all day long, watching it. And I should have just exited it. But, hindsight's 2020, and two tails to a trading plan for me. One, I always have a tentative target. And then, two, kind of like I don't want to say a time stop, but, I knew this was coming into all-time highs here. It's going to be, I believe right here. Yeah. That's a new all-time high for us. So I knew it was an all-time highs here. I just put up a weekly chart to illustrate, where this thing has come from essentially. And, I thought I'd ride this out a bit more at all-time highs, but it goes back to that thing. I don't want to, letting a trade that I was very green in go red. I mean, that is probably my number one killer. It was probably the hardest thing for me to stop doing as a trader, to have any success. So, it is what it is. Again, hindsight, let's say in 2 weeks, this thing is at, $38 in 2 weeks from now or something like that. Of course, I'll be upset that I sold it down here at, I don't know, 32 and change or 33 or something like that. But these are the, I can't predict. And, I can't sit through all this wobble like that. If I, let's say, for example, I'm going to use some really outrageous numbers for me. Let's say I had a $10 million account. And, I took, I don't know, 5,000 shares of this thing, right? And then I got out, let's say, 3,000 shares here. And then I was holding through some of this, locking in a ton of profit. That would be one thing. But I ain't got that kind of account. I'm really kind of selling and buying and selling whole lots for the most part. So you got to trade what you have, not what you want. AJ, what is your new favorite tool that was recently introduced that you are using testing? None. I mean, I think our go no go and our trade wave features they're nice. But I have no new favorite tool. I mean, the newest favorite tool I have would be the races, but those are now a couple of years old. I think you'll find that most traders, when they start having success with a tool and with a trading plan, they're unlikely to change much with the tool and just continue to refine their trading process, which is kind of where I am at this point. I have my go-to scans as far as my swing trading goes. They find me nice setups. I put the work in. I go through hundreds of charts a week, many hundreds of charts a week. And I put a bunch on a liked list or other watch lists and things like that. And, out of, let's say, a dozen plus out of the 100 make the list, 1 to 2 charts end up being actionable for me, if that, a week, essentially. So, I'm very picky in choosing in that regard. what I would comment about the go no go and the trade wave. So the go no go is the coloring of these bars. The trade wave is these buy and sell signals. What I comment about them is that, and what I like about them, at least for new users and new traders, is that if you have no trading plan, you have no risk management plan whatsoever, these can become the basis and formulation of a trading plan. They are not in themselves a trading plan alone. I think you got to have more added to these kinds of things. First off, this is not going to tell you what share size to take, right? You got to decide what your share size is based on your account. And also, you need to decide on a stop before entering a trade, right? We have no idea where this is going to predict a sell, right? We have no idea where these candles will exactly turn into a no-go, right? So we already need to know where we want to get out. But what these can do is helps keep you out of downtrends, right? It's natural human instinct to want to buy everything on sale, right? We want to buy the shoes on sale, the skis on sale, the cars on sales, the groceries on sales, literally everything. We want to get the deal. We want to know the guy. We want the mechanic that charges us the least, all those things like that. And so people mentally want to do the same thing with the stock market. Oh, well, this thing is, it was just at $32 and now it's down here at 29. And if it comes back this way, I'm getting it on sale down here. Well, that in itself is not, intuitive to what the stock market actually does. I like to equate it to Newton's law of motion, right? Body in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by another force. Problem with the stock market is we can't predict what the forces will be, right? Sure, we know when earnings are coming, but we never know when a news release is coming. We never want to know when a global event happens that could take a stock down or anything like that. And so we have to put these safeguards in place as stop losses ahead of time. We also want to follow trends. That's what trading is, with the exception of people that are trying to micro scalp, which is, probably the hardest thing to do in stock trading. I mean, we could split hairs on what's the hardest, but I would consider it up there anyways, the top three. But as traders, we want to be trend followers, and whether that's a trend on a 1 minute chart or a 1 month chart, right? And so what these tools can do is help you find uptrends, and that's what we want to be, a part of the uptrend. We're never going to look, let's just call this a bottom here and we'll call that a top here. You're never buying this and you're never selling that. But what if you got this piece in the middle right here, from here to here? You're eking out a pretty good living. And if you did that on any time frame, any chart. And so you've got something that helps identify trends for you, right? This is the kind of thing that I think is a really good tool for not just new trade ideas users, but more specifically new traders in general. There's no system that's going to do it all for you. You still have to put in work. You still got to understand some chart reading. You still have to understand some indicators. You're going to have to come up with some kind of trading plan. So AJ, long story long, I would pick these as my two new favorite things that we're doing here. But I'm not using them. I look at them, but I'm not making any basis on them, but I'm using them maybe to confirm a little bit more about trend and trying to stick and follow those trends. I'm a very visual person in that regard. That's why I like the races so much. I like the visualization of the races versus, versus these grids, so a race at its core is a top list and it's a grid like this. Behind the scenes, I just prefer the races and it's showing me what's moving based on the things that I've programmed it to tell me. So that's my, and I can open the top list here of this race too. So there's the top list for this race. And so, excuse me, having this view versus this view, I just visually get more out of this and a better understanding of what's actually moving right now. Of course. There's other features we've added. We come with so many new features recently that's hard for me to keep up, but hard for me to keep track of when we introduced what. So like, for example, here's a new tool. If you go to tools, options, and charts, we have this zoom function that'll put a zoom on the charts here. So I'll save this. And you can see these zoom buttons, going back and forth and stuff like that, I don't know if, excuse me, where the heck is, menu bar. Get rid of that. So, for some people, they're going to think that's a phenomenal new tool. It doesn't impact me, negatively or positively. It's a, what do doctors say? It's unremarkable. I don't think we've released this new feature yet for you folks, but we will shortly. I can kind of take the chart and drag it around, changing the X and Y axes. So that's coming down the pipe here very shortly. We still got some refining to do on that. That I think will be a nice feature, a nice tool. I know it's been requested that we have something like that. Trying to think if there's anything else that jumps out at my brain right now. All right, I talked about visualization and data and stuff like that. When I am looking at top lists and alert windows, I don't like to see the grids. Now, this has been around for a while, but it seems to be a lot of people don't know it. But you can show the grid lines or not show the grid lines. I happen to like to not show them. I don't know. It just looks smoother to me. So other people need those grid lines. I get it, So, there's just a few features that have come in the last few years that maybe people don't know about some of it. So those would be the big ones for me there. All right, let's see what else do we have going on here today. I was trying to avoid going through my top 10 here on the race, just because we do this all the time. But I guess we'll head that direction. Of course, anybody with questions, please, interrupt me. Don't hesitate. I just want to reset my connection for something real quick. All right. So SRRK, holy cow, right? Up 231 on the day, good for 8.69%. This thing had itself a couple of days here, and I guess we call it a little consolidation right there. So it's having itself a day again today. We'll see what happens. Fairly liquid still. Volume is, not where it had been, so we're not going to see as high of a relative volume because we've got this baked into it now, this big volume day. This goes into the trade wave and the go, no go, right? So let's just pretend for 1 second, all right? We bought it somewhere around here where the buy signal from the trade wave came. We get this beautiful move, and it starts to pull back like this. Nothing's indicating to get out necessarily as far as the trade wave or the go, no go. The go, no go has gone into like a semi-go or whatever with that green color. But I'd already be thinking about getting out of this. It's now below an 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart, and there's a very good chance I'd be getting out of this already. Well, we didn't get a sell signal here, right? And so just to show you, it's a nice feature. It's a nice tool to trade wave. You still got to have a little bit of your own thinking in it, your own involvement in it. But again, not a bad way to begin to formulate a trade system. So anyways, SRRK, sorry, just internal thoughts coming out. JSPR, I have not seen this today. All right, so this thing just made one big, huge, crazy move. Boom, volume came out of it. It came crashing down. Kind of floundering around here at this point, so I'm not really sure what that was about. Pretty small float, 14.8 million in that float, so it was a heck of a move, and still technically it's up $1.36, good for 9%. So it would be something that if I was trying to be interested in this still, I'd be looking for it. Now I know it's a long way from it, but I wouldn't even consider this till it was up around that VWAP up there, and then someone might consider it's too extended. I know I would. But that would be the only thing that would get me re-interested in this, is taking out the VWAP. But then, you got 18 looming above it. Let's just say it takes out the VWAP and around this area here. And then I get a candle or two to confirm that I want to be in it because it's holding above the VWAP. But then I got 18 just above it, It just makes it tough. There's not a lot of room for it, for me anyways, from here to here at this point. There's just too much, because if we take it down here and it runs into the VWAP, do we get that breakout? Only if we bought it here, and that's very speculative to buy it down here. I'd never consider something like that. So let's just pretend for 1 second this thing starts to turn around. Where am I getting it? Here, just below that VWAP as it's coming down into it. Just not a viable trading setup for me personally. LX. What's wrong with the breaks in the LX? Tough. 85 million in that float. Made this move here. It's not moving dynamically. What do I mean by moving dynamically? It's up 41 cents on what's looks like to be a fairly big move at this point. How much more does it have left in the tank, kind of thing? I'm guessing this is coin. What the heck is that stock now? Coinbase. Thank you. My brain. I don't a whole lot to add to on this one here. It's an ETF. I thought if we bring up coin, the chart itself, we're going to see a bullish chart. So yeah, I would look at it more like that. This is why I want to go back to candlesticks here. It's tough to illustrate stuff that I'd want to illustrate on those charts the way they are. You got this right here, right? So, big portion of the move is made. If I was watching earlier today, the fact that it gapped up above this and had that there, this might not have been a bad one trying to make for a, 185 entrance, give or take. That seemed like a nice entrance area. Obviously stalling out around here. Hindsight's 2020. No idea that would stall out around here, other than the fact that, as I like to do, let's draw a line at the high of the day. And I would have said to myself, eventually this is going to superimpose over here on that daily chart. There we go. I would have said to myself, looks like prior support has now become resistance, right? And so while I can't predict that was going to happen, it's certainly a very likely if-then scenario. If we continue, then we likely run into some resistance here. Does it remain resistance for the whole day? Nobody know that answer, right? But it would certainly, let's just pretend for a second we got in at 185, give or take. This would certainly seem like an area to have been taking profits up here or closing the trade. And again, folks, anybody with questions, please fire those questions in for me. Don't feel like you can't ask a question because, I'm just kind of going at it right now. Sorry, just something here in our email box going a little weird on me. Okay, sorry. What do I say on Microsoft? Sure, let's bring up Microsoft. What I'd be looking at is we're really consolidating here, right? So we get this breakout, make an all-time high, and we pull back. But look how it pulled back, right? And where it pulled back to. As I like to do, let's draw a line. And we notice that this was a really big breakout area back here, actually, right? It's a really nice breakout area that happened. And we came back and tested it before going on to make those all-time highs there, right? And then we came down, we've tested it again, and we bounced off of it. And so, we're making higher lows right now. That's a higher high right there. Now, someone else may tell you this instead. There's a high, there's a low or high, and it's only a high, slightly higher high off of that one. So someone might be playing it that way instead. Either way, we've got a bit of consolidation going on here. And we've got this kind of formulating here where we got a symmetrical triangle going on. So I'd be looking, just on a chart like this in general, I'd be looking to try to break out above this level and then seeing what happens here, and where you want to put a stop. There's a lot of ways we could split hairs on this. This 420 level seems to be a fairly significant level if we draw a line. I know it's not perfect, but I think I illustrate fairly well. So if, we were entering up here and we want to be a little more conservative, we might be looking at that. At the bottom of this multi-period 20, we could consider that as well. If we want to be much more aggressive or liberal with the stop, we could come all the way down here to 400. Those are some areas that jump out to me. That doesn't mean there are not other logical areas on it, but those are some areas that look logical to me for a stop. And that's where my mind first goes is, all right, if I'm going to get in this trade, where am I wrong? Where am I getting out? Right. And why? Right. So those areas. And if we move this line around here, you're going to see price kind of line up with a lot of these areas pretty well. So, there's around 420, and especially with this big higher price stock like that, we got to consider this a squishy, spongy area, right? It's not an exact, but look, we're touching here, we're touching all through here, we're touching it again there, we're touching it again here, we're touching it again here and here and here, right? So price obviously likes this number here. Why does price like it? Because apparently humans like it, right? And it's humans at the end of the day. And I know, the algos and blah, 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 blah. Well, who programs the algos? And also human beings, we love control. So if the algos aren't doing exactly what we want them to do, we're going to jump in and take control because that's how it goes. But again, looking at this area here around that 407, 408 level, price is doing a lot of touching through there also. So, those are the areas that my eye would go in thinking about more and less conservative on the stops all the way to, what I would, I'd consider down here at $400 to be a pretty aggressive stop. So, yeah, that's what I'd be looking at there. And someone else might be saying, I'm going to need to take out this level to, I needed to take out this level to get interested, and then I'd be playing the 420 stop from way up here because if it takes out this, then, maybe we got a shot at all-time highs. Those are the different kinds of things that my mind is going through here. So, what I would encourage anybody to do is, what was encouraged to me, many moons ago is look at the chart, draw some lines on it. See if those lines make any sense as far as price goes. If they don't, move the lines around. And the reason we can do this is because technical analysis is very subjective, right? On one set of charts, the 8 EMA is going to look, oh my God, it's so perfect, right? And on another set of charts, the 8 EMA is going to look like total garbage, right? It's not that any of these things are magical. They're very subjective like that. So that's what I got for you on Microsoft. And again, if you folks have other questions, don't be shy. Get rid of that. Let's see. So we did coin RILY. I mean, as far as a daily chart goes, this thing looks like hot garbage. It had itself a gap up today, and it's just kind of floundering around. Obviously, it's up, quote, big, but most of that big is from this gap here. So yeah, there's definitely, 510-ish or so, give or take down here, 512, all the way up to this here. So it's not like it doesn't have some alpha afterwards, but tough trader. Hindsight's always 20/20 on these things. Yeah, if you bought it here and you sold it here, yeah, you did real well. But no way to predict that. And it's just not, these topping and bottoming shadows make it much tougher. RCAT. Oh, you're very welcome, Edgar. RCAT. This one's a lot more interesting in the sense of, again, I like trends. So this thing's already in an uptrend, right? I'm trying to follow through on that uptrend. And so it gets a gap up and a go. Still very tough, these huge topping shadows. I mean, again, think about this. Let's just pretend for 1 second that we enter the trade somewhere here and then it, shoots itself up here and it pulls way back down here. It's very hard to hold through those kinds of things, especially with these lower price stocks. And it comes way back up here and then it pulls back down here. It's tough to hold through that kind of stuff, whether it's a 5-minute chart or a daily chart, right? So these are things that I'd be looking at and considering when I'm looking at any of these charts. SIFY. Another one. This one didn't gap up though. So custom computer system designs. But, pretty decent move here, breaking off that 350 level. Again, these big topping and bottoming shadows, they loom for difficulty in a trade. Trading ain't easy. This makes it even less easy. But, an okay move overall if you can sit through some of these gyrations. DJT. I always think of DJ Tanner from Full House when I see that. This is the Donald Trump stock thing. All right. So, this thing went batty and, gave some back and went batty and it gave some back and back and forth and, bit of a downtrend for it there, a little bit more than a bit of a downtrend, a couple of months here, several months. It seems to have found itself a bottom for the time being, picking itself up. So you got a little bit of an uptrend going on this here. And then, a big lift, a pullback and a lift. Still get the topping shadows. You get periods where they're topping and bottoming shadows. You get periods where they're not as much. Through here, not as much. Not too terrible through here right up until you start to get that. So, look, I think it's a great trading vehicle. It's doing it's approaching 30 million shares traded on, just under 3 relative volume. It takes a dip down and spike back up on the volumes, plenty of liquidity, plenty of volume, plenty of interest. This is one of these that, if you got yourself a set of indicators that you trade with well and you have a trading plan formulated, this is one of those stocks in and out, wash, rinse, repeat, wash, rinse, repeat. That's the kind of thing, trading, you'll find most, probably not all successful traders, but you find most successful traders will tell you trading should be boring. And this could be one of those ones where it becomes boring. Not the stock in itself, but these kinds of stocks that have great liquidity and great volume in them and great range, right? I mean, look at this in 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes, almost a $2 move in that time. So, these are the kinds of setups that people that have trading plans that they thoroughly tested with whatever their indicators happen to be, with the combination of VWAP and SMAs, ZMAs, ADX, whatever, DI, whatever it is that fancies you. These are the kind of things that these kinds of systematic traders salivate over, right? I'm not that person. I'm not a rinse and repeat person like that. I trade a stock, done for the day with it usually. But let's bring this back up like this here. And just kind of illustrate more again, looking at the trend through these different the tools with the go, no go and the trade wave, right? And so we can see here, and they kind of coordinate a little bit, not exactly, but trade wave had this buy signal here on Friday, right? And it gets a little pop and a move up, but the go, no go doesn't actually go to a go here until a bit later than the trade wave is saying, let's take a shot at this. And then it sells the trade wave while we're moving down, and the go no go is fighting back and forth between semi go and semi no go. Of course, we get the gap up and a whole set of goes all through here. But the name of the game is finding trends, right? Look, this gave a buy signal back here. The go no go hasn't gone to a go go. It's only in a semi go with the green right here. So these are things that I'd be keeping in mind. What I mean by that, keeping in mind, is these are the things with these tools I would be keeping in mind, right? That them in themselves are not a trading plan, but they certainly can help identify trends, and helping you to identify trends can help you formulate that trading plan. DJT. Oh, okay. And at 12, what's it trading at? Sorry, I forget what it's trading at. Oh, wow. So, all right. Yeah, so you bought this long ago. Well, I just Edgar, I just hope you have a trading plan. I mean, obviously, you're up a good amount right there. I know it's not a lot of shares, but on a percentage basis, you are up a lot on a percentage basis, right? And, you think about, if you can keep high average percentage gains and low average percentage losers. I'm not talking about win loss ratio. I'm talking about your average making to losing money on it. That's where the real juice comes in on a trading strategy. When you're making, let's say, $3 for every dollar you're losing, you're making 3% every 1% you lose. That's where the juice starts to come from. So good deal. We did that. We did SIFY, right? Yeah, we did SIFY. I guess last but not least, DXYZ. Yeah, this thing was like a real crazy on the open. I'm guessing this thing is. Actually, I'm not guessing anything about this thing. I'm guessing this is a reverse split, but I don't know. Maybe it's a symbol change or something. I'm not sure what happened here, or it's de-SPACed or something. What I do know is that, as far as the daily chart goes, nothing to comment on right now other than, sideways is a trend. And this, made a huge move up and it's kind of just giving it up. Volume is dried up for the most part, it looks like. There was a lot of liquidity earlier. I suspect unless we see this volume really pull back up again, we'll continue to see the relative volume drop down at this point. But only time will tell on that. This isn't something I'd be interested in at all. It's, moving down and it's starting to fill a gap here. Does it fill it all the way down there? I have no idea. Nobody can predict that kind of thing. But, this goes back to, I forget which we were looking at before, but all right, if you're going to get in this, where are you getting in it and why are you getting in it, right? Like, you're going to get in just above this EMA. Let's say it curls back up and it takes out this EMA, but then, where on that, waiting a candle or two to close and starts to move up and then it gets real close to this declining VWAP, right? And it's just leaving you a few cents of profit, for a huge risk if this thing were to move down. I mean, this thing can move down on you real fast. So these are the kinds of things I'd be real leery with and very careful with trading these kinds of stocks, especially when they start to pull back like that. So, yeah, that's what I got for everybody. What else? Bear with me here, folks. I want to adjust something with my screens. Bear with me. Bear with me. Sorry. There we go. That should be better now. All right, yeah. Sorry, there's something I needed to move, but I couldn't move it with the screens live. What else? Sorry, I'm just trying to think of what else we can talk about here that hasn't been talked at nauseum, right? I mean, we could always look at the overall market, right? Sitting up here, new all-time highs again today. Moving up real nice. Let's see here. And bring this out just like that on the daily chart. And again, trying to follow trends, right? And so if we look at these buy and sell signals, really interesting looking, right? So get this nice buy signal and a sell signal here, right? Then we get a buy here and immediate sell afterwards, right? So just interesting that we did not get a buy signal in here somewhere after the sell signal here, right? That's a long time to be in an uptrend to get the buy signal really as it looks like it topped out. Then we get the buy signal here afterwards. and a sell signal here. So some of these, some of these look good, some don't look good, right? And, I'd be thinking about and considering that, right? Like I said, use it as a basis for a trading plan, but not the end all be all on the trading plan. That's for sure. With all that said, sorry, I just thought this is a really good look at trend following right here. Now let's come back to a regular candlestick chart here. And the natural ebbs and flows of the market, right? So, nice move up, natural pullback, nice move up, bit of basing, right? Taking out the prior highs, nice move up, a little more of a violent sell-off. That's exactly violent, but pretty good sell-off here. Bounced hard, shaking out anybody that was not a believer in this bull market before going on and making several new all-time highs, right? I say this often. I'll continue to say it for a long time. When this happened, you had all these people on the news and Twitter and Facebook and God knows where, YouTube and whatever else. The end of the world. This is the big crash. Cash everything out. Blah, 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 blah. They were wrong. When we started to get weak here, they jumped right out and started saying it again. They were wrong. Here was where it's really over, right? Done. For your 401ks are gone and the banks are all going to close and it's going to be a run on it. And I mean, I'm not using hyperbole here. There are individuals out there that this is, over and over and over and over again. They're not talking about, oh, we're in a correction period or, we're selling off, for profit taking or, I'm not talking about people that, they're looking at a chart and making some reasonable, comments about the market. I'm talking about these crazy doomsayers, and there's a lot of them, and they're on CNBC and Bloomberg, and they've got their own Twitters and YouTubes and all that stuff like that. And we get this violent bounce, and I guess what? Wrong. And would you believe it if I told you that those same people were doing the same thing here again, and that they were also wrong again? So just be careful, right? Formulate a plan. It is inevitable. We are going to have a bear market. Will that bear market drive us back down to 500? Will it drive us back down to 450? I have no idea. You have no idea. Nobody has any idea whatsoever. What I do know, though, is that if you have a trading plan and you have stops in place and you tested that trading plan and that trading plan is a successful, viable trading plan, that trading plan will protect you on the way down, right? And when the dust settles, because it will, it always does, and a new bull market begins, you will be here to participate in that bull market by having had that trading plan and that, instead of listening to these clowns out there that are either disingenuous trying to hurt people on purpose, or they're just really that dumb, or a combination of both, right? So anyways, all that said, I believe the Qs are still lagging the rest here. Not by as much now. When we talked about this the last few times, the Qs were really lagging behind the SPY and the Dow. Battle this 500 number here, so we'll see what happens. Always caution to the wind with these kinds of things, right? IWM, I want to go here instead of the Dow. The IWM, I think, can be a really good risk-on, risk-off indicator because we don't need the small caps to be leading or doing anything special to be in a bull market. We just looked at everything as, at all-time highs, where this is still a good little bit off the all-time highs here of 244. We're sitting here at 222, right? So what I'd like to do, though, zoom out a little bit more. We've made all these all-time highs without, this ever happening, essentially. What I mean is without this making all-time highs itself. But it can be a good risk-on, risk-off indicator. And when this looks stronger, you may consider the wider stop or the longer time hold. If you're using time holds and things like that, you may consider those things. These should be things that were tested. Don't just go all willy-nilly throwing things at the wall. That's what simulators and paper traders are for and things like that. But I think it would be important to note that this has remained very strong through some of the volatility that we've seen, and we're starting to see a consolidation up in here and on declining volume. Now, there's two schools of thoughts that I have on this. One, the declining volume and everything as we move closer to the U.S. elections here is kind of fairly normal and on par with the cycle, the election cycle. The other thing to consider is this. You see the decline in volume, but the price consolidating. Some people might consider that accumulation under the surface and getting ready for another leg higher. Which one is it going to be? I have no idea. I ain't predicting. What I do know is that looking at this here, we've got a low and some higher lows all through this. And we've got a high and some higher highs all through this. Going to want to see it take this out, of course. But we take that out right there. I think it would be important to note, and again, it's just my eye, we can take this out through here. And a very good chance we make an assault on that all-time high back here. It's an if-then scenario. I want to bring it back into, at the very beginning of this, I mentioned, and I say this a good amount, I feel like, but I feel like it really applies. Newton's law of motion, but for stocks, right? Body in motion, remaining in motion, unless acted upon by another force. If I roll a ball across the floor, the ball is going to eventually stop. If the floor sloped the other way, that's a force acting upon it. Friction's another force acting upon it, so on and so forth. We can predict those forces, or we can see those forces at work when it comes to actual motion of things. We don't get the same thing with stocks, but we can see some if-then scenarios that could pan out as those. And then we have all the underlies that we can't predict, right? We can't predict, like I said, big global events or anything like that. But we can predict that an election is coming up. We're not even predicting. We know it's right there in front of us. It's not a prediction. It's something we can see. So we know that it can likely have an impact on all this. And again, that's where the trading plan comes in. And, this will protect us on the downside, or should be protecting us on the downside. And of course, rewarding us on the upside. So again, as I always say, this isn't meant for me to really just be me talking at you guys nonstop, but I want to make sure I keep it interesting and informative and, all those things for you folks here. So, as usual, if you guys have questions before, Barry comes back, please let me know. I'm here to assist the best I can and answer the questions you have and not just talk at you folks. Of course, I can just do that. I have, many, many times, including this time here. But I do, whether you believe it or not, like and enjoy answering your questions. So, yeah, we didn't look at the diamonds. Let's not ignore the diamonds, right? Oof, what a move, huh? Let's bring it back to daily chart for this, though. So this thing's really, train has left the station here. Train has left the station on this one again here. So we'll see if it can continue to march up like that. We were looking at the IWM and talking about accumulation, but man, this thing's moving up, but on the opposite side of volume right now. So let's see what happens with that. But that is, that's a pretty solid move right there, to say the least. And again, if you guys got any questions, don't be shy. All right, so let's jump into what's moving right now. VMAR, we didn't talk about that earlier. And the reason we didn't talk about that earlier is the lacking volume, to say the least here. Big time lacking volume, excuse me. Oh, pardon my yawn. Yeah, I don't think there's anything really worth commenting on that. This thing has definitely done, I would say at least one reverse split, if not two. Oh my goodness, 82K in the float. Is that even accurate? I have no idea. That's insane. All right. This thing's had a few huge volume days back here too. So this looks like it's just the remnants of that going on, where people are either grasping at straws or trying to pump this thing. ASTS, that's certainly Quite a breakout on this thing here. And then move back down. So this thing was, in the basement, and then all of a sudden just really took off. Here it is trying to fight this downtrend now, so we'll see what happens with that. Interesting. No, sorry, I'm just kind of looking and thinking to myself, I've got this line drawn down here. Obviously, we're well off that, but my eye jumped right to this here. And so when it had broken out, there's a breakout and another really long-term breakout that really culminates into that breakout and consolidation before it gets real crazy. Pulled itself back into this level here. Let's see what that means for it. For those that like to wear the short hat, if it were to break down this level, could present an interesting shorting opportunity here. Not saying it will. So I don't do much shorting, but there's a saying, don't shorten the hole. So what do they mean by that? All right, you get this big move down. You don't want to short down here. You want to let it set back up for that short. And so a bounce up into that 30 might have been a good short set. In hindsight, yes, it was a good short setup, but someone might have been thinking about that. I'm sure there was someone's that were probably thinking about that, especially given that the short float on this thing is nearing 30%. So that's what, don't shorten the hole. So it's, you're still trend following, right? The trend is still down, letting it go. It's no different than when we were looking at something on the way up. And again, I'm just going to go to a SPY chart because that's easy enough to illustrate it right here. Just, flipping that chart to the upside, right? We get this long move up. Well, if we didn't participate in this, we got that pull back into here before getting the bounce up and go, right? So just taking the same thing and don't shorten the holes, the same as don't chase. Well, we didn't have all that, so we don't want to chase here. Here's our pullback. And maybe if we take out a prior level, we would jump in. And again, you could do that on any time frame, illustrate that well like that. So trend following 101, right? I guess in fashion and things like that, you want to be a trend setter, right? In the market, you want to be a trend follower. At least I do. All right, let's see here. Well, we covered a good amount of ground today. I'm trying to think of what have I missed? Have I missed something? You guys are giving me really kind of the silent treatment today, for the most part. SoFi, that's a bank, right? All right, it's a heck of a move for a 1 billion float stock. That is a heck of a move. They must have done something someone liked. Not earnings, at least not according to this here. That's not till a couple of weeks from now still. I guess that, KRE, your regional banking index, sitting pretty strong to say the least. Scroll back a bit. All right, so obviously, not here towards that all-time highs, but also, really grinding higher over the last couple of years. KBE, your overall banking index, and that's looking real strong here. Lifetime highs of 60. We're sitting right here, really kind of, again, accumulating. One might consider declining volume, just sitting right up here in that range. Of course, there is the XLF. That's your overall financial sector, and this thing is making new all-time highs right now. So, Alex, I'll take things you don't see in a bear market for 100. I hear you. Oh, okay.
Can't believe how sensitive this mic is. I mean, I couldn't even hear myself when I said it.
Well, I can hear you turned on the mic is what it was.
True
I can
enough.
hear the air or whatever it is, I guess.
So listen, Mister, I never want to read the news, and I don't care about the news, et cetera, et cetera. So if you'd read the news, you would have seen that Sophie, SOFI, had signed
Yeah.
some kind of a $2 billion pact with Fortress Investments. That's what you would have
Fortress
seen.
Investments. They're my
Yeah.
favorite. I've never even heard of them.
Geez, you got me all excited there. I thought, yeah, what do you know about? Yeah, Fortress. I think it used to be Fig. I want to say Fig. Let me type in Fig
I think that's like a
and see if
no.
I think it used to be Fig. They may have disappeared. I mean, it is showing up as a some kind of a macro ETF, but I think Fortress Investments Group. I think it was FIG. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Maybe they went private. But anyway, that's the reason for the Sophie, and you're right because it has a billion shares in the float. So that was a huge move for it.
Yeah, for that to show up on this scan here, I mean, that's saying something. I mean, that's
And I know, Chris, that you went all in VMAR, right? You went all in.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, every penny that I could. I you know how they send those things to take out money on your credit cards and a loan?
Yeah.
I did that with all my credit cards.
Excellent.
Yeah, maxed them all out, 25,000 each.
You see what it just did?
No. It looked like it was warming up a little bit. Oh yeah, wow, what a move.
It got it.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
But I mean,
and as you said, I don't believe the 82,000 in the float. I think if you go to that other website,
yeah,
we'll find it'll be under 1 million more than likely. But I don't think. I mean, 82,000 is ridiculous.
Yeah, I had I filed something on this. I don't know how long ago. One of the days it was brought to my attention. I don't know if it was by you or another user. And there was a lot of conflicting reports on the actual float on this. So,
right.
Who are you going to believe as a data provider at that point? But this thing has definitely done a reverse split or two. I mean, 2,400 on that lifetime high.
Shift B. Okay. So I'm just going to, for fun, see what that website does say. And VMAR, VMAR. And the answer is...
Survey says...
Yeah, like 500,000. So, I mean, it's still very, very low, but it's not 82,000.
Yeah. Well, considering what it just did, it's about on par.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, and it's not doing it on any kind of crazy liquidity. I mean, it was just over 400,000 shares. I was looking at it a few minutes ago, and it's just over 600,000 shares. So, I mean, it did jump 200,000 shares very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, this is the kind of stock I usually like to take, 1 million shares in, and then I go make a sandwich and walk the dog.
Yes, of course. It makes perfect sense. Good trading strategy. This is out of Canada too, and I don't even know. It must be in Quebec, Boise-Briand. I've never even heard of that place, but it's the electric boat segment. So that's what they do, electric boats.
Interesting. I never even thought of that as a space, considering I know electric cars are still a very new thing overall, but electric lawnmowers and leaf blowers and stuff have been around a long time. But I didn't consider boats. That's interesting. It's definitely interesting.
All right, Chris. Well, it is now 1 o'clock, so you may leave. And as always, thanks for spelling me, giving me a 1 hour break.
I thank you. I thank everybody, and I'll let's do it again next Monday.
Okay, let's do it. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Adios, everybody.
All right, guys. I'm back in both. Well, not quite. I'm not back in the main room. There we go. I'm back in both rooms now. Let me get rid of my announcement and then get my music going. And here we go. OCUL, okay? OCUL. It showed up. I can't remember where it showed up. I think it might have shown up. Well, I can't remember now where it showed up. I did see it, OCUL. And the reason I kind of like it is because, of course, it's over the whole number, 10. Big, where the heck did I see it? Well, wherever I saw it, so it's above 10, which I think it's a pretty powerful number to try to break. The volume, it must have shown up on my momentum scan just based on that volume that came in. So let's see if this can hold over 10, okay? And that's OCOL. And the reason I liked it is because when I looked left on the monthly chart, I believe it had some room. Oops, wrong. Yeah, so the next high on the monthly chart was, I think, over 11. Yeah, 1140. So that's why I kind of thought, okay, this could get interesting. If this volume, I mean, that's the reason why it popped was on that volume. Now the volume is drying up, but let's just see if it can hold over 10. I think if it can hold over 10, who knows? Maybe it'll have a bit of a move. 1013 was the high. And this high back here was in March of this year. Yeah, the VMAR halted on the way down, wasn't it? Just talking to Chris about this one. On that other website that we take a look at, the dilution tracker, they have 500,000 shares. I mean, it's still very, very low. Hard to understand why we've got 82,000 shares, but at any rate, it is very low. VMAR halted now on the way down. Lance, who owns Trade Ideas? Not me. You mean the people who like the You mean literally like who owns? I mean, Dan Merkin's the CEO. I think he probably has more than 50% of the company. Other than that, I don't know the official ownership. And I don't even know that. Okay. I don't know if he has over 50% of the company. I really don't know. I do. It's a private company. So I really don't know what the official ownership situation is. So, Lance, first time user, welcome. If you have any questions, okay, guys, OCUL starting to move a little bit. Yeah, the Invo, I'm seeing this on my momentum scan. Invo. Yeah, wow. Look at the room it's got. Look at that room on the monthly chart. Anyway, let me bring up, I'm not sure I'm going to see it on the weekly. Back it out a bit. Let's see, take a look. Yeah, it's the same. So the same high in the monthly is the same high in the weekly. So there's all sorts of room for Invo. I don't know what the news is, trading higher after this is at 1151. Oh, okay, I did see this. I think I even saw this earlier. This was, yeah, I definitely saw it. I recognize that. Naya announced it closed its merger with Naya Biosciences. So that is the reason for this. But I also saw that in the pre-market. This news came out in the pre-market. So this is kind of a delayed reaction now. Hey, we got the same float draw. We've got 3.88. So the satellite companies, well, VSAT anyway, I guess they're not really, yeah, sort of. So there's VSAT guys. But again, looking left, what I see is potential resistance all the way up to the 1150 mark. Let's see what VMAR did when it came out of its halt. So it got halted at 5 or 450, and it came out basically at 450. Do not see any specific news for this one, guys. The VMAR, don't see any news on it. Okay, guys, this is another one that's sneaking over $1 now. AMLI had a big week last week, 55 cents, closed up here at 94, over $1 now. AMLI, not into these ones, but some might be. Let's take a look on a monthly chart to see where it could go. So the next high in a monthly chart, I mean, it's 124. I mean, obviously, if you bought it at 105 and it got anywhere close to that, that'd be a great percentage move. Not saying to do it. I'm just saying that that's what I'm looking at, though. All right, guys. So 108. So one last look at my homepage and the information you can find on it. So give me one moment as I get rid of all these bookmarks or favorites. Whoops, didn't work. All right, guys. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So you'll be at the top here. There's a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, please use my code, okay? Whatever code it is on my homepage. That'll go a long ways to keeping the rooms free. The company likes to see that people are using the room, and the only way they can really see if the room, I mean, obviously we use it for marketing purposes, and the only way they can tell whether it's kind of working or not is if you use my code. Then they know people are listening to me in the trading room. Okay, so that's the reason. So at some time in the future, if you're going to take out a subscription, just use my code. That's simple. Get started is the first thing you'll do after you take out a subscription. 10 short videos starting off with a download and install, first startup and login. Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, the two major ingredients of trade ideas. If you're new to trading, okay, we've got a free series of videos just for you. Trade called Trading 101. You can take a look at that. I do a stock of the day video that you can look at. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. This week's trade of the week has been really good. Let's take a look at SOUN. Let's see what it's doing now. So a little bit of a pullback, but the trigger was 480, so definitely still above that 480 price. Got up to a 542. How you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. They are designed for longer term holds, but in this market, I don't know. But how you trade it, if you trade it, is again completely up to you. And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have a Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is right here. And then here are my scans. So these are the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay. Now, here are the ones you can actually see. I have more scans that I'm sharing that you can't actually see. I do not have them all up and running. But here's the biggest gainers from the start of the race is up here. The halts resumes is over here. Relative strength leaders, it's up to you how you want to sort it. You want to do change from 5 minutes or change from the close, change from the open. You've got a drop down menu that you can pick and choose what you want. Up to you. and the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside right here. So if you're looking for stocks to potentially short, anytime you see something in red here, and the market is, been strong all day. Not too many red stocks coming through here, but if you do see something and you're looking to short something, you might want to click on it just to see what's happening. Now, a couple of scans I have on my other monitor. I've got the momentum scan, which is here. I have my large cap gainers from the start of the race, which is here. And then the only other one I've got on another monitor is the gap continuation or reverse, which is right here, gap continuation or reverse. Okay. So you can pick and choose which ones you might want to take a look at. And remember, if you load any scan, well, especially an alert window, if you load an alert window and you want to find out what it's looking for, all you have to do is right click on it, click on configure, and then click on the summary. That's going to tell you in English language what the scan is looking for. Okay. And again, this is a real-time alert that you're getting with this momentum scan. This is a real-time alert, new high of the day. Every time a stock makes a new high of the day, and if it satisfies all these filter requirements, you're going to see a real-time alert right there. So the last time, this is a very active scanner, and the last time this happened though was at 107, and we're now at 113. And as always, what I've done, not as always, but I mean, last couple of weeks, I think I've been reloading my race, or I've been reloading trade ideas just after noon Eastern time. Um, I like doing it actually because now it gives you a different top 10 list for the afternoon. Again, this top 10 list is automatically constructed for you of the stocks that have won the most races. And here's the other one. So you can see that it already got filled up. So again, if you have questions, please don't be shy. I know Chris, basically spent the whole hour in YouTube, no questions. I mean, the whole idea, I can't force people to ask questions, but I mean, it's a good opportunity if you have any. Don't be shy. And from a selfish point of view, it just keeps me from getting too bored, to be honest. 5 cents Canadian per question. Okay. Net plus travel. Okay. Well, you sound like, are you in the travel business or industry? Redfin is a real estate company. I don't like it because kids bought houses during the summer. Okay. Yes, it is over five again. It is over five again, VMAR. Well, the high today was 537. I've looked at that. I was looking at the spread, and the spread is terrible for well, it's actually tightened up a little bit. 506, 514 is terrible for a $5 stock, especially one with that sort of a float. Got to be so careful. They yank that bid on you. But no question about it, the volume is coming in. The volume is coming in. You can just see in the volume bars right there in the 15. Look at the one on the 5. Sorry, the 5. That is the biggest volume bar of the day, probably for 5 minutes, probably. And what time is it now? 11:17. This will almost for sure be the biggest volume bar for 15, because it still has 13 minutes to close. So this will certainly be the biggest volume bar. Yeah, I'm shying away from this one, guys. I mean, the spread is just too bad for me. This VMAR. I mean, it may rocket, it may go to $10, but that spread is very scary. The volume is pretty. I mean, it's awesome. I mean, 1.4 million, 66 times normal, but the spread is tightens, widens. But if you can handle the risk involved in something like that, great. Now the next high looking left is 527. So it got up to 535. So it did get to 535, but the next high now again is 520. I'm sorry, 540 is the next high. So it got to 535, and that's kind of where it stalled. How did Beam end up doing? Beam had a nice pop. We saw this one still. So if you're a fan of the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, you can see right there that yellow line is sort of maybe is acting as support. I see Celsius back up here, guys. Or what is it? Is it actually positive? Yes, it is positive. In fact, look at this. Big volume just came into Celsius. CELH. The high on Friday, it got up to 35 something. So pulled back a little bit. Actually, that was a pretty big pullback. On the low today, $31, $31.50. The high was 35. Call it a $4 pullback from the high, but starting to lift again. And even Peloton's getting to the act here. PTON, guys, PTON. Well, I mean, it's above the highs of these weekly candles, or it's right there, 525, and then that candle is 526. So it's a little bit above the highs of those two weekly candles. So there is that. Some volume coming in. It's a big float though, 345. That's a big move, 8% with that sort of a float. So I don't see any specific news on it. Let's take a look on a monthly chart. Yeah, I mean the next high in a monthly chart is 725. So So for some reason, people are still looking at Peloton as well, just a trade. 'Cause I don't see any fundamental reason. Not that we look at a lot of fundamentals in this room, but well, guys, OCUL is putting me to sleep. I'm in this one. I'm up, a couple of pennies, and that's it. I was hoping it would. I had a little bit of a gain in it, but I'm looking for a lot more. And that's the OCUL, but we'll have to see. What's a fundamental exactly? Well, but usually with not fundamental. Okay, news. Peloton inked some deal with somebody, or even an analyst is suggesting. So not fundamentals. I don't think they'll ever. Well, ever is a long time. I always harken back to Carvanova. Carvanova? Carvanova. Carvana. And all those analysts that were so wrong about Carvana. Like, so wrong. I mean, it's actually at 50% of its lifetime high. Wow. In the 50s. Yeah. So that means, the lifetime high was around 400. Well, this is the monthly chart. 381. Yeah. So 381, that makes sense. About half that. So a 50% centile. Yeah. So that's half that. I don't think Carvana's in Canada, but I was in a parking lot somewhere. I don't know, a couple of months ago. I saw a car from the states, and they had a Carvana sticker. And so I knocked on. He was still in the car. I knocked on his window. Said hi. Anyway, I asked him about his experience. He said it was awesome. Yeah, you might be right, GJT on the 30, the next high, if it can take on 30, the next high is 3111. I don't think so, Dip Buyer. If it was, he was very, very young. So this looks like a fairly recent IPO, guys. Is by BIOA. Looks like it started trade. Well, it started trading as BIOA back here, back in what's that? September. Sort of remember it. Let's put a price alert at the high. That would be a lifetime high, of course. So let me put a price alert there and see if it gets over 24. I don't know anything about this company. Well, I know it's a bio. Other than that, don't know that much. 425,000 shares. Basically, relative volume is one, so it's trading. It was an $18, so it's a good one then. $18, well, reasonable one. Thank you, William. $18 IPO, so a reasonably good one. Never really got down below 18. So yeah, so it always held the IPO price. Goldman backed, okay. So it was one of those big ones. This is the slowest day I've had for a while. Okay, a question. What do I think about the Verb stock? What I think is that the CEO put out a tremendous press release in order to pump the heck out of this stock. I don't know if you saw the press release, but it was, well, press release, like a letter to shareholders, but anybody could read it, of course. I mean, it's like anything else. I guess if it can hold in this area, I actually thought it might get going right here, right there, when it got over 1560, got up to 1564, but it pulled right back down. So it's pretty choppy, pretty choppy. I mean, I guess if it gets over 15 again, could get running again, but it doesn't quite have that look for me. A little bit better on a 15-minute chart, okay? A little bit better. And it's all about the float, of course. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the other website has, but I mean, we've got under 1 million for the float. So yeah, I mean, if the volume comes in, the volume is huge, 33 million. Volume, if the volume comes back in it, like in a big way, it could pop it through. Okay, so we're in the ballpark. Excuse me, we're in the ballpark then for Verb. Now, this one has a look about wanting to go down. Okay, there's OPCH. Now, look at the 200-day moving average. So it is now broken down below. It's right there, 3068. The 200-day moving average is 3086. Let's see if it really moves down below, or if this does act as a little bit of support. I know it's below it, but you tend to look at the 200-day moving average as an area. So let's see if this actually starts moving down from it, because obviously it's got room. I mean, the low today was 29.40, so about over $1 underneath. So if you're looking for a potential short, and yeah, I know the little noise in the background. My Canada Thanksgiving Day today, so she's at home. All right. AREB, guys, American Rebel. So again, this has got all sorts of room. Saw this one earlier on in the day, right about here, but then it pulled all the way back. But on the move again. Make branded safes and personal security and self-defense products. Yeah, there's the PLL. You're right, William, showing red right here. PLL. So that was a lit. So there's the 200-day moving average. Will that hold it? The 200-day moving average for PLL is 1280. So it's right at it. Now, if it breaks down in any significant way, it has about $1 underneath. 1183 looks like the next low looking left. Like a lot of those lithium plays were just ripping last week, moving higher last week. Wasn't SGML one of them? Okay, so SGML is still kind of holding, well, maybe not, down 2%, 2.6%. All right, guys, so this AMLI, it's holding over $1. Saw that one as it broke over $1. I think that on the monthly chart, though, it was fairly, yeah, this was the one around $1.20, yeah, $1.24. I mean, it's got some room to $1.24 on the monthly chart anyway for AMLI, probably a low float. Well, that's another lithium play. Okay, so this is a lithium play. That's a big float. I have to do a check to see if that float is correct. That's a big float for a $1 stock. Just give me a moment. Okay, let me check that float. I want to see if it's the same. Yeah, it is the same. 210 million. Okay, well, that's a huge float. Huge float. That's a big move, 12%. I mean, it's only 11 cents. I get it, but that is a pretty big move. Well, okay, let's take a look at TVTX. This has been a pretty interesting one to trade the last little while. TVT. Okay, guys, this could be interesting. TVTX. I think it has to probably get over 17. If it did, 18 is the next high. It's not that far from 17 right now. Trying to come back. Again, guys, I know you hear my wife in the background there. Boy, Randy just didn't. Well, another little pop here, guys. RANI. I don't think we ever saw any news on this one. Otherwise, other than they're participating in the 2024 Maxim Healthcare, but that was last week. That was not. That was nothing to do with this week. And on Thursday, October 17th. So it's upcoming. No big reason for the pop today, unless people are thinking that whatever they're going to say on Thursday is going to be really, really good. All right, guys. Well, this is pretty boring for me right now. So there's your market still hanging around the highs. I'm just kind of, I'm still in this OCUL, which is not really, it's okay. I mean, I'm up 8 cents, I guess, in it, 7 cents in it, I guess, but I'm obviously hoping for a lot more. All right, listen, guys, it's 1:40, so I'm almost 100% sure going to be stopping myself anyway in the room at about 2:30. I can't imagine you guys are going to keep the room open that much longer. So William or draw, what are we talking about today? And what I'm talking about, for those who don't know, when I take off, William or draw keeps the room open, the main room open till later. Sometimes, well, especially when we get into earnings season, sometimes till 4 o'clock. But I don't think, yeah. So William has no interest in keeping it open. So what about you, draw? Draw must be busy. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, if there are no questions, what I'm going to do is just put myself on mute. I'll put the announcement up here. If you have a question, or if I find something that might be worth while talking about, hop back on the mic, okay? But otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute. Okay. Yeah. So, Chris, I mean, this is a question that we get a lot. How do you catch a move before it happens? You really, we can't possibly know that it's going to break out. Okay. I mean, it'd be great if we could have a scanner that would say, okay, this is getting ready to break out, but there's no scanner that I know of is going to do that. Okay. Sometimes, yeah. So I really, But when you say when you say a lot of times the stock is broken out, okay, and has moved a lot, but then it settles and it could always have another move later on. So the fact that you might miss that initial move doesn't mean that the entire move is over. Yeah. So if you want to, I don't know if you've got a scan, Chris, that you want to share, because you'd have to come into the other room, the main room, what I call the main room. But it's almost impossible. I mean, nobody, listen, at the very beginning of the day, for instance, okay? At the very beginning of the day, I don't know if you were around. Let's take a look at Upstart. So at the very beginning of the day, I saw this. Now, did I know it was going to keep going higher? No. Okay. I did not know. I mean, and the thing is that when you see a move like this and you say, well, I mean, I saw this one in a scan, but, I had no idea it was going to just keep moving and moving and moving. I wish I did, as an example. But you can get many moves that look like this on that opening can and then just fizzle. So I wish there were, a way in which you absolutely know that when you see a move like this, it's going to continue. But unfortunately, there just isn't. Now, the only thing you can say about it is that, when I did say this and I thought it was interesting, but a couple things, Chris and anybody else, this was too early for me to take the trade. I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I just, through my history of trying to trade in the first 15 minutes, it hasn't worked out well. Stocks move up and then they move down immediately, up, down, too volatile. So I was getting stopped out way too many times. So, I just decided I'm going to wait 15 minutes. I would say that 99% of the time. But, with this one, it was interesting because when you look left, it did have some room. I just didn't, I mean, I just didn't obviously know that it was going to go from 51 up to 56. So unfortunately, there is not the magic scan that's going to say, okay, this one is building up and it's going to pop. So get in before it pops. So I'll mute myself again. But it's a great question. We get the question all the time. But if I'd stuck with this one as an example, if I'd really stuck with this one, I mean, yes, it had the pop in the first 15 minutes up to $51. And then it kind of rested. I could have taken this anywhere around here, even though you might have looked at this and said, wow, that's already gone too much. But look what it did, 51 up to what, 56. That's a great move. So you're not a Trader DS subscriber, okay? I'm assuming, Chris. All right, guys, I'll put myself on mute again. So, Chris, what do you mean by that, though? You are subscribed to Trade Ideas. Well, you can keep using Schwab. You can use Trade Ideas. You can use Trade Ideas with any broker. Okay, and I believe with Schwab, we do have the external linking tool, so that when you click on an alert, it will. When you click on any symbol, it will load into your order entry. You don't have to You don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade using Trade Ideas, if that's what you're talking about. Like we're not broker dependent, only if you want to use that Brokerage Plus module. But I mean, you don't have to. We have again, we have this external linking tool. So, for instance, I have Interactive Brokers, but I'm not using Brokerage Plus to trade. All I do is I use this external linking tool, and then what happens is I set up the link with Interactive Brokers so that when I click on a symbol, it loads into my order entry in Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. Okay, so we're not broker dependent in that regard. You can use any broker you want with Trade Ideas. Obviously, if you're clicking on a lot of alerts over the course of the day, over the course of the day, like I am, it would be a real pain if I had to type the symbol in every time. So it's just a huge time saver. That's all. And I am, reasonably 98% sure that we link externally with Schwab because it's all to do with us. Thinkorswim and Schwab. If you want, because I don't have Schwab, so I cannot demonstrate it for you. Okay, but if you send an email to info@trade-ideas.com, and maybe you can just ask Chris. Chris will know, but you can just ask the steps to. Okay, so as one of the draw in our main room says, as a Schwab customer, I suggest you use Thinkorswim app. Trading directly from the charts is quite convenient. Okay, now we have two trading rooms. Okay, now Chris, you're in your YouTube room. You can stay there if you want, but if you want to have a little more action among traders, you can come into the main room. I'll give you the link. So if you click on my homepage link, and you see where it says trading room, you can go into the trading room. Okay, it's a little bit, have to give us an email and all that, but there's a lot more action in the trading room. I'm just going to mute myself for a minute here. All right, in our Mr. G in our YouTube room is suggesting that XCon looks good here. Well, let's take a look at XCon. Of course, this was an AI alert and it did not do well. I stopped out, never hit the re-entry price. Yeah, I mean, look, you might be right, but at this point, I'm not sure what the float is either for XCon. See if I can bring it up again. Yeah, so a very low float, under a million in the float. So, anything can happen, but it has not performed that well. What time is it now? We're at 131 right, 151 right now. I would have thought if it's going to do anything, it may have done it a little bit by now, but look at this market. Look how complete snooze right now, guys. Look at this market. So that little jog up here, it's been flatlining for about 2 hours. And, indicative of the fact that the bond market's closed, banks are closed. I'm sure they probably traders taking the day off. Yes. Is that you, Chris? Yes. Yes, you're in the right place. Yes. Well, I guess that made sense. Coach Chris. Okay, so there you are. So to come into the room every day, you've got to go to my homepage. So if you want to save my homepage link and then click, and then the trading room, you can't save the link. You can save my homepage link, and then like I have to do the same thing. It's basically forcing people to go to our homepage, and that's why it's a free room. I mean, obviously, they're using the room as great ideas. The powers that be using it as a bit of a marketing tool. Man, well, my OCUL is basically where I bought it, so I don't know. IPW guys making new highs now. IPW making new highs. And let's take a look on the monthly chart. This month, the high was 238. Let me get back to my weekly chart though. Yeah, so just look left and the next high the same. 236. So there is some room if you feel it can break through two. And it's probably a low float. Not crazy low, 15.7 million in the float. Yeah, so you notice, Chris, we've got this all tabbed. So specific stocks is just for, well, it's okay. Don't worry. You're brand new into the room. So, but specific stocks is for just specific stocks, talking about specific stocks. And then there's general market talk. And then if you have support questions, that you can put them in there. And that's for anybody. Okay. And so also Chris and anybody else, if you're looking for my scans that I'm currently sharing, here they are. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down until you're the middle section, and here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. I have a lot of scan. I don't have these all up and running up for my layout. Okay. I'm just showing you a lot of different types of scans that I created over the years. But these are the ones that I'm sharing that you can actually see. The biggest scanners from the start of the race. Pulse resumes. The relative strength leaders is here, and then upside movers versus downside movers. And then here's my momentum scan. This generates a lot of alerts all day long. The momentum scan right here. This is very similar to the biggest gainers from the start of the race. But what I did is I added two filters in here, making sure they were at least a $500 million market cap and a 50 million float minimum. So you're not going to get, usually you're not going to get stocks that are, well, for instance here, 4.6%. I know it's only a 4-cent move, but sometimes you're going to see some stocks with big percentage moves. In this one, you will not see that here. Doesn't mean they're not good to trade. Look at DJT all day as an example. And the way I like to really phrase it is that if you're new to trading, this is probably something I would watch a lot more than this. These are a lot more exciting. Yes, they can have the huge percentage gains, but they can also have the huge percentage losses. These are a lot more steady, not as volatile. So if I were new to trading, I would probably want to concentrate on this. And notice the top 10 list is built for you automatically, the stocks that have won the most races. And again, if you loaded it, if a person loaded this right now, you're not going to see all this because this will all depend on when you start the race. So I mean, if you loaded this right now at 1:58 p.m. Eastern time, this is going to be blank because you'll have to a race will have to start. It'll run, well, for mine anyway, 4 minutes long. But then you'll eventually start getting a top 10 list. So it gives you, it's a nice watch list. Think of it that way. It's a nice watch list. Yeah. So PDD, I mean, I kind of thought this was happening. This is from Ireland. I mean, you're right. It's trying to curl back a little bit, but I keep thinking, I mean, they're incorporated in Ireland, but I mean, it looks like this is really kind of a China stock based on who owns it. I may be completely wrong, but it is Chinese. So it's incorporated. So are we wrong? I mean, we have the Irish flag here, and it does say it's headquartered in Dublin. So it's China retail. So really, it's a matter of also looking at KWEB. What is KWEB doing? Yeah. So KWEB is doing this. There is your. So you're saying that it's a China stock through and through. It is not incorporated into. Is not incorporated in Dublin. Okay. Interesting. So before I would take PDD or any other China stock that's relatively large cap, I'd be watching this. Okay, guys, I'm going to mute myself again. Again, if you have a question, just pop it in, and I'll come back on the mic. Yeah, thanks, Chris. The problem is I don't have Trading View, and sort of have to stick with what we have as with trade ideas. So but thanks for that. Well, meanwhile, look at the SPY guys. The SPY just took a pop here. I just took a pop after looking like it was going to start to give up some. But look at the SPY. They're almost another all-time high. Take a look at the volume. Yeah, so 42 million on Friday. We're at 16 million today with a couple of hours left. So again, the bond market's closed. A lot of traders taking the day off. Yeah, I do see BBAI. It is a high of the day. It was an AI alert a long time ago from us, 944. It really moved. Oh, look at this. Look at this. My patience may be paying off for the OCUL. But here's the BBAI, guys. Now, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 196. So there is that to get through. Okay. All right. Well, there's the Rani. Okay. So, yes, I don't know how many times you tried that one, Shady, but congrats. um, it briefly got over three. All right. Well, let's see. How far could this OCUL go now? I have a feeling I might want to take some profit right now because I'm taking off soon. In fact, yeah. So I've just taken some off the OCUL from 1007 to 1024. Not bad. Took a long time. Well, my thought, I mean, I really don't have any, I mean, of course I have thoughts on Tesla, but I mean, what am I going to say really though? You're talking about, I mean, it's all about whether you believe or not believe. I mean, obviously his robo taxi day didn't do anything for the stock, but I mean, if you're talking about like, what are you talking about though? Are you talking about for a day trade, a swing trade? I don't swing trade. And I mean, it's hard to bet against the guy, but nonetheless, look what's happened. So there was a lot of interest in that. When was it, Wednesday or Thursday? Whenever there's this robo taxi day was, and look what happened. So don't know. So there you go. William is suggesting it'll hit 200 before it hits 400. So there's an opinion. I'm not a swing trader at all, so I mean, he had the SpaceX launch. I know that's not exactly Tesla, but he had the SpaceX launch today or yesterday or whenever it was, and it seemed to be successful. But if it gets over 223, which was the low of Friday or the high of Friday, maybe it gets going again. I don't know. Yeah, well, there you go. Well, of course, I don't know but if it's going to have a chance to fill the gap, it's got to get over Friday's high, and that'll probably show up if it did on some scanner somewhere. Because yeah, you're right. I mean, there's a potential big gap fill there. You guys, I will mute myself again. Getting close, guys. 2:14, so another 15 minutes or so for me. Unless there were questions, I'll always stay later if there are questions. All right, guys, I'm now back. I'm going to wrap this up pretty soon now. So unless there are any questions, I'm going to wrap this up really soon. So what I'm going to do now for our people who are still in YouTube, I'll put my homepage link there. Well, it's actually the last link you see also. So if you do click on it, if you do click on it, oops. What's happening? Ah, all right. If you do click on it, those of you who are in YouTube, all you have to do is take a look here, and there it is, trading room. Okay, so if you still want to talk trading and stuff, you can still go into the main room. I didn't actually see draw. I didn't get an answer from you. How long are you willing to keep it open? William is going to. He's taking off now. So how long are you willing to keep it open? I mean, you can stop right now. And I actually have to know because if you guys are leaving, then I will shut the room down. Of course, I have to put the announcement in. So you're welcome, Jackie. Just where is that draw? Ah, okay. You don't have to, William. You don't have to. Okay, I'm just waiting for draw. Maybe he's got me on mute. You are a nice guy, but not usually that nice. Well, okay. I'll tell you what. If he comes back, I don't know. Maybe he's got me on mute. Maybe he's left. I'm not really sure. So you'll keep it open till 3:30, or draw will, and then you can leave. Well, I'll leave it. I just need somebody to shut the room down. Obviously, that's the only reason. Just need somebody to shut the room down with the proper message. Okay. Okay, guys. So YouTubers, I must shut you guys down now. So I'll be back on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow morning. So YouTubers, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.